Good morning. Welcome to Webb County Court at Law 2. I'm Victor Villarreal, judge of your Webb County Court at Law 2. This is the probate, guardianship, and civil docket with one criminal case to begin with for Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. The time is now 10:01. Court is now in session. Assisting us today are Cecia Rodriguez, court administrator and interpreter. Ms. Gloria Noriega is the court coordinator for the civil docket. Ms. Odilia Cuellar is the court coordinator for the criminal law case. The court recorder is Ms. Cecia Rodriguez. Video conference co-hosts this morning include Mr. Lopez, Ms. Flores, Ms. Ramos, Ms. Cuellar, Mr. Hernandez, and Ms. Lozano. These proceedings are being electronically recorded. Everyone is instructed not to record any portion of these proceedings. Only a court reporter may provide the official record. As with all proceedings, violation of these instructions are subject to contempt hearings. If you're joining us online, you're instructed to act as though you were in court because you are in court. The rule here is simple. If you would not do it in person, don't do it online. For example, do not operate a motor vehicle. There is no smoking, no chewing gum, wear appropriate clothing, and always exercise proper courtroom decorum. The court will now call the cases in the order of appearance of counsel, first those in person, and then those online as measured by your login times after calling this first criminal case. On the criminal law docket, page 1, case 1, State of Texas versus Herbert McKenzie Jr., cause number 2025 CRB 261L2. Court marks Ms. Rebecca Garza, present in person. She's here on behalf of the state. Are you Brent Mayer?
I am Brent Mayer, Your Honor. It's good to see you.
Welcome to court, Mr. Mayer. The court marks you present in person. Speak into the microphone and tell the court, are you Herbert McKenzie Jr.?
Yes.
Yes, court staff, that was loud enough.
Yes, Your Honor.
Welcome to court, Mr. McKenzie. The court marks you present in person. The person to your right is your lawyer. Counsel, what is the announcement?
We're ready, Your Honor.
For a plea, Your Honor.
Sorry.
It'll be to time served with fines.
So this is an agreed to plea. Now, Ms. Garza, Mr. Mayor, is this a plea to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, or what? How many of those counts?
So on the plea packet, it states, I believe for the Class B offenses, he's going to be pleading to 8 of the accounts. And then to the Class A offenses, he'll be pleading to 4 of those counts.
And that is our agreement, Your Honor.
So all of the charges?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, I understand. All right. Mr. McKenzie, your lawyer in the state, they say that you would like to plead guilty to 12 charges. Is this what you would like to do?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to ask that you raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this cause will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may lower your hand. Now that you're under oath, Mr. McKenzie, tell the court, is your true and correct name Herbert McKenzie Jr.?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. McKenzie, have you had enough time to talk to your lawyer about your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did your lawyer explain your rights to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did your lawyer explain your plea agreement to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to show you on the screen a true and correct copy of your plea agreement. There's some signatures on that form. I'm not going to show it to you. It hasn't been scanned. I'm going to show it to you in person through our court coordinator.
We have reviewed the terms with our client as well as all the admonishments. So we just need to get his signatures on them, Your Honor.
So he hasn't even signed them. Okay, I'm going to call this case momentarily. You may have a seat.
Okay.
We'll call your case in a few minutes.
Thank you.
Number one.
Page 1, case 1. This is now the probate, guardianship, and civil docket. The estate of Ismael Carlos Delgado Jr., cause number 2020 PB4 49L2. Good morning, Ms. Garcia.
Good morning, Judge.
Court marks you present in person. Good morning, Mr. Chapa.
Good morning, Your Honor. I'm actually not present on this case. I was notified, but I believe I've been out of this case
For
some
years,
time.
yes.
Understood. All right. Ms. Elisa Marsoto, are you still on this case?
She is, Judge. She's the court-appointed administrator. However, she told me she was going to be in county court at law number 1.
Good morning, Judge. I asked to be allowed to appear before the court. I am in a small trial at the county court 1, but they allowed me a brief recess to come here.
I appreciate that. Thank you. Speaking to the microphone and tell the court, are you Christian? Tell the court your name, please.
Claudia Gutierrez.
Welcome to court, Ms. Gutierrez. The court marks you present in person.
Yes.
Ms. Garcia.
Your Honor, for the record, Ms. Gutierrez is my client. She is the mother of the decedent's child and the only heir to this estate.
All right. What is the announcement?
Your Honor, I did file an account for final settlement on the estate. I don't know if that's set for hearing today, but I believe it was. It's a companion case for this guardianship.
Right. So there are two things set before the court today. It's number one, the account for final settlement, and two, the application to pay attorney's fees.
Correct, Your Honor, and I have confirmed with Ms. Garcia, I don't think that there's an objection to the attorney's fees that I'm requesting.
Correct.
And I would ask the court to allow me to have authority to withdraw those funds from the estate account. And then that would conclude the need for an estate proceeding. There is a personal property, a vehicle, Judge, that Mrs. Gutierrez will be receiving in lieu of me finding a seller. The lien on that personal property has been cleared with estate funds. So those are the only two pending matters for the estate.
And I have reviewed that with Ms. Gutierrez. There is a companion guardianship for the young man.
Right.
And once all of the estate debts are paid, then I will be requesting that the funds be transferred to the guardianship where my client is the guardian of the estate of the child. And so we can transfer it into the guardianship and see how we invest those funds for the minor child, because he should be 5 years old by now. 6 years old.
Yes, and just for the court's record, Your Honor, it is going to be a substantial amount. I'm guessing after I withdraw the funds for my fees, he will still have about $140,000 in that account.
Correct, Judge. And so with that being said, once we move it to the guardianship, then we can take it up there as to how those funds will be best invested for the child, certainly not into the registry of the court, and certainly not sitting in a bank account, but how they can truly be invested and whether or not my client requires assistance during the child's lifetime.
All of these things are good, and well taken. So let me take this one at a time. Regarding the attorney's fees, any response or objection, Ms. Garcia?
No objection.
All
I
right.
believe they're reasonable and necessary.
The court hereby takes judicial notice of the application to pay attorney's fees filed by attorney Lisa Soto and its accompanying affidavit of reasonable charges for services. The court has received and reviewed that the court finds that $2,238.33 is reasonable and necessary. The court has signed that order and is tendering the original to the clerk's office. Now, regarding the final settlement, anything else to put on the record?
Just a clarification, Ms. Soto. In the final account, it did say that you're entitled to compensation. So once that is withdrawn, then that balance would be reduced, correct?
Correct.
It'd still be substantial, about $130,000 for the minor. But I
That's
just
correct.
wanted to clarify that. Yes.
Doing anything, so we
All right. In any event, there should be an accounting due in the guardianship, should there not?
There has been no activity in the guardianship because it has not been funded. I think we've just reported that there is no activity.
But once this is finalized, the funds would.
Absolutely. And then we'll take it up with Your Honor. I believe it's in Your Honor's court to see what we do with that money in the best interest of the child.
The court finds that it is in the best interest. The court finds that everything that is necessary to be pled has been pled. The court has taken judicial notice and has now heard the argument of counsel for final settlement. It is approved. The court is tendering the original signed order to the clerk's office. Anything else on this case, Ms. Garcia?
Not at this time.
Ms. Soto?
Not at this time, Your Honor. Thank you.
Thank you all. Have a good
Thank you,
day.
Judge.
Thank you.
Next case, page 3, number 6.
Father Ed Kircher Apartments versus Alfredo Montemayor Jr., cause number 2025 CVD 74L2. Court marks Ms. Garcia, present in person. Ms. Canales, present in person. Alfredo Montemayor Jr., the court marks you present in person. And a representative on behalf of plaintiff is here. What is his name, Ms. Garcia?
Tomas Cantu Jr.
Court marks Mr. Tomas Cantu Jr. present. Ms. Garcia, Ms. Canales, what is the announcement?
Ready for trial, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
There is a pending matter
that, I guess the last action that you asked the parties to perform or to do is to turn in, you asked, Ms. Garcia to turn in a, what is it, an advisory and a checklist, and then I responded to that. However, in my response, I pointed out that she did not follow your orders as to doing an analysis of the notice of termination dated July 15th, 2025. She went ahead and did her analysis on a more recent notice dated March 20th, 2026. So I don't know.
So
what you guys
here's what,
explain.
so couple of things. This is now the first matter on the court's docket this morning, the first contested matter on the court's docket this morning. I read the advisory, I read the response, and what I will say on the record is that the reason, I guess in reply to the response, the reason the court asked for an advisory is because at the last hearing, the court was unaware that counsel would move on the request to dismiss. So the court did research as to what case law said should happen in those instances. So as a guiding principle, the court used, I believe it was the 13th Court of Appeals case, but that requirement really was to track what should happen. So that gives you a basis to talk and discuss, so we can go straight into the hearing as necessary. So in other words, it's not my requirement that needs to be complied with, but rather what the statute says needs to happen before you come to court. So in that regard, I'm going to ask that you both confer, get on the same page, and tell the court if you are or not. In other words, has the apartment complex in this situation complied with all of the statutory or regulatory requirements for them to request relief? If the answer is yes, we go straight into the hearing. If the answer is no, then I'll listen to argument and see what the law says should happen. Any questions on this, Ms. Canales?
No.
Ms. Garcia?
No questions, other than I think we have different interpretations of what the court required at the last hearing. But we'll take that up.
And this is why I'm saying, so independent of what this court requires, what this court required at the last hearing was based on what should happen in statute and regulation, given that this is a federal issue as well. So focus on what should happen by law and by regulation. And then we'll take it from there. Good luck to both.
Thank
So
you.
we're supposed to confer, you're asking us to confer? Before them?
I'm asking you to confer to make sure that you're on the same page. If you're not on the same page, that's the first thing I need to know.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Person is Council Adrian Chapa, page 2, number 5.
Raul Guajardo, Iris Arista versus Cristina Mendoza, cause number 2025 CVD 45L2. Court marks Mr. Chapa present in person. Mr. Reyes is also present in person. Good morning to both.
Good morning.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Raul Guajardo, Iris Arista, Cristina Mendoza. Are any parties present?
My client should be appearing via WebEx or Zoom from.
Cristina Mendoza, are you present? Court marks Ms. Mendoza not present.
My
Raul
clients are not
Guajardo,
present.
Iris Arista are not present as well. No parties are present. Counsel, what is the announcement?
Well, we've been discussing this case, Your Honor. I know we're set here for a final pre-trial. This case is an appeal from a JP decision to dismiss the original cause of action. We're asking the court to allow us 45 to 60 days to do some discovery in this case, because the appellant has not done any either, but we hope to file a motion for summary judgment after we get our discovery.
I think the court, are you Cristina Mendoza?
Yes, sir.
Welcome to court, Ms. Mendoza. The court marks you present. You're participating by video conference, as you can see and hear from your device. Your lawyer is present in person. Remind the court, Mr. Reyes, the court received, reviewed, considered, heard argument, and then ruled on a motion for summary judgment. Was that
Yeah.
your summary judgment or Mr. Chapa's?
It was Mr. Chapa's. This is an appeal from a forcible detainer proceeding in JP court. They're alleging that it's a forcible retainer. We're alleging that it's based on a finance arrangement, contract for sale with an equitable title, and it's not really a forcible detainer. and the pleadings, with all due respects, we've been arguing should have been amended. They have not been amended up to date. Mr. Chop and I have discussed his arguments. And I believe that if we're allowed the reset, I will be able to file a motion for summary judgment and from our perspective and probably will prevail.
Mr. Chapa?
I agree with everything up to the last point where I believe he will prevail, but we do disagree as to I guess the relationship between the owners, and our position is they're tenants. It was not, there was no contract. But as far as the additional time to conduct the discovery, we are in agreement with that. And if Mr. Reyes wants to file his motion for summary judgment, we'll have a response.
Okay.
For the court.
I'm sorry, let me know when you're done. I don't know. The court did ask us to brief the issues. I believe there were briefs filed. Our brief, at the end of the brief, asked the court to dismiss the appeal because of our arguments. I don't know if there's been a ruling on that per se.
A ruling on a brief?
Yeah.
Is it in the form of a request for relief?
Yes. Well, I asked the court to review it, and if it's not, we'll proceed and file the proper request.
All right, so let's do this. It sounds like both of you are on the same page. You just think that the truth will lead you to different places. So, Ms. Noriega, give us two settings: a final pretrial hearing in 30 to 45, and then a final hearing 15 to 30 after that.
Final pre-trial, we can set it for June 9th at 9 a.m.
All right.
Final hearing is set for July 14th at 2 p.m.
So the reason I'm setting that final pretrial hearing that far out in advance, so that if each of you want to engage in discovery, file a motion for summary judgment, there should be enough time between then and now to send out discovery and then send the court your competing motions for summary judgment so that we can send out notice and you can have it heard on June the 9th. Ms. Mendoza, do you have any questions for the court?
No, Your Honor.
And keep in contact with your lawyer, Mr. Guajardo, and Ms. Arista will do the same thing. We'll see you here on June the 9th. I wish you and the other parties well.
And then following to July 14th.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Good to see you both. Have a great day.
Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Good day.
In person is Counsel Jose Reyes, second, page 1, number 3.
These are companion cases. This is the estate of Francisco Galarza III, cause number 2023 PB484L2, and the estate of Linda Galarza, cause number 2023 PB487L2. Good morning, Mr. Reyes.
Good morning, Judge.
Court martial present in person. Counsel Victor Villafranca, are you present? Court marks Mr. Villafranca not present. Leticia Lisette Peña, are you present?
She's present here in the courtroom.
Welcome to court, Ms. Peña. The court marks you present in person. The person to your left is your lawyer. Mr. Reyes, what is the announcement?
Your Honor, we are ready to proceed on each of the cases. The only question I have for the court is I have Ms. Linda Laura Garcia and Mr. Alberto Mendez Garcia, who are the two disinterested witnesses on each of these cases. They have signed, notarized, and we filed their statements of fact regarding for the airship proceedings. I would ask the court if their affidavits suffice, and because of their age, they appeared via Zoom, and I don't know if they would, their sole testimony would be repeating what's already been submitted and notarized and filed.
The short answer is yes, very much welcome and allowed to participate by video conference for any and all purposes. Unless there's an objection, there being no objection, they're allowed to participate. The only thing I would point out, Mr. Reyes, in review of the two cases, in the first case, in the case of Mr. Galarza, the court reviewed the entire docket, and it sounds like this administration is ready to be heard.
Yes, sir.
In the second case, in the estate of Linda Garza, I believe that the posting runs until April 27th.
Yes.
So we can't.
I guess, first of all, for both cases, in each respective case, we asked the court, we had filed motions with proposed orders to waive the posting in the Laredo Morning Times
Right.
because that was more of a formality because it was over the $200.
Well taken and granted.
Okay, and then as far as Mr. Galarza, we're ready to go. And as far as Ms. Galarza, Linda Laura, there was confusion at the clerk's office because when we filed that motion to waive the
Yeah.
posting, they thought that related to, or I guess when we filed the notice of the citation of publication, they didn't realize that was supposed to go to the OCA,
Right.
not the LMT, and it delayed it. But that being said, I was going to ask, I think both cases are technically ripe for hearing on the airship portion.
Well, the thing is, you're right. There is an administration and an airship in the Galarza matter, but the lapse date on the OCA publication doesn't elapse until April the 27th. We're set for dismissal, which you can turn into a final hearing on May the 7th.
I would ask the court, would the court indulge us where I could have my disinterested witnesses testify so that I don't need them to come back for that hearing and we could proceed with, at a minimum, on this.
Just their testimony and then come back on
Yeah.
the 7th to finalize it. So yes, so let's begin with, in the matter of Francisco Galarza III, cause number 2023 PB 484L2. Mr. Tellez, what is the announcement?
We're ready to proceed.
Who is your first witness?
Alberto Mendez Galarza.
Can you get closer to the mic?
Alberto Mendez Garcia, sorry.
Mr. Garcia, are you present? I'm going to ask that you unmute your device, please.
Yeah.
There's an unmute button at the bottom left of your screen. It's a microphone or red button. Press that button to unmute your device, please. There
There.
it is.
Can you hear us?
Tell me your name?
Alberto Garcia.
Mr. Garcia, please raise your right hand.
Wait,
Where are you?
she's moving that bed. Okay, it's raised.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this cause will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir, I do.
You may lower your hand. Mr. Tellez, go ahead.
Yes. Mr. Garcia, you're the same Alberto Mendez Garcia that signed an affidavit titled Statement of Facts on April the 16th of 2026.
Yes, sir.
And in that affidavit, you stated you're a resident here in Laredo, Webb County, Texas.
Yes, sir.
And you knew and were personally familiar with Francisco Galarza III since on or about March of 2002.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and you knew that he had 3 children named Caleb Vivian Galarza, Francisco Galarza IV, and Briseida Abigail Galarza, correct?
That is correct.
And to the best of your knowledge or anybody's knowledge, he had no other children at any point in time during his natural life.
No, sir.
And he passed away on June the 27th of 2023.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and he was not married at the time of his death because his wife, Linda Laura Galarza, had predeceased him on December the 27th of 2021, correct?
Correct, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, and Linda Laura Galarza was your daughter.
Yes, he was.
Now, Mr. Galarza had previously been divorced and he had previously been married with a woman by the name of Shasta Dawn Galarza Haynes, and they were divorced and their marriage ended in March of 2003, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And to the best of your knowledge, and you are making all these declarations under the penalty of perjury, correct?
Yes, sir.
I have no further questions.
All right, who is your next witness?
Miss Linda Laura Garcia.
Ms. Garcia, would you raise your right hand, please?
Yes.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this cause will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may lower your hand. Mr. Tellez, go ahead.
Ms. Garcia, you are the spouse of Albert Mendez Garcia?
Yes.
Okay, and you heard all the questions I asked of Mr. Alberto Mendez Garcia, correct?
Yes.
And you also signed an affidavit similarly regarding the facts surrounding Francisco Galarza III.
Yes.
Okay, and would you agree that with the statements that Mr. Alberto Mendez Garcia currently made under oath earlier?
Yes.
And you were equally familiar with Francisco Galarza III from March of 2002 up until the date of his death of June 27th of 2023, correct?
Yes.
And his three only known heirs were Kayla Vivian Galarza, Francisco Galarza IV, and Briseida Abigail Galarza, correct?
Yes.
I have no further questions of the witness.
Thank you.
Any other witnesses?
For this case, no.
All right, what is your request and argument?
Well, on this one, Your Honor, I would ask the court to sign off on the proposed order granting. I think the order grant, well,
Into the microphone.
Your Honor, actually, at this point, would the court indulge me in allowing my applicant to testify so we can request this?
Ms. Peña, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this cause will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may lower your hand, Mr. Tellez, go ahead.
Yes, please state your true and complete name.
Leticia Lizette Peña.
And you are familiar with Francisco Galarza?
That is correct.
Okay. And he passed away on or about June 27th of 2023?
That is correct.
Okay. And his only three heirs were Briseida Galarza, Kayla Galarza, and Francisco Galarza III, correct?
That is correct.
Now, you've never been convicted of felony or otherwise disqualified from serving as an administrator?
No.
Last three digits of your social are 009, and the last three of your driver's license are 268.
Correct.
Now, Mr. Galarza passed away on June the 27th, 2023, here in Laredo, Webb County, Texas.
That is correct.
And this court has jurisdiction because he was domiciled here and has real estate here, correct?
Correct.
Now, we've previously been here before the court and testified regarding that he has property, real estate, cash, personal effects in the excess of $200,000, correct?
Correct.
And the main property of importance is real estate located at 222 Century Boulevard Drive here in Laredo, Texas.
Correct.
Okay. And you're asking this court to designate you as the administrator of his estate.
Correct.
Okay. And you've previously testified regarding Mr. Galarza's heirship that at the time of his death, he was a widower, and he was married to Linda Laura Galarza, who had died on December 27th of 2021, correct?
Correct.
He had previously been married to Shasta Dawn Galarza Hayes, and that divorce was granted and finalized here in County Court at Law number 2 back in March 21st of 2003, correct?
That is correct.
And he had no other heirs. Him and his wife, Linda Lara, had never adopted anybody or taken anybody on as their own to say that they were, that was their children.
That is correct.
Okay. And there are some debts on file already. And so you're asking the court to grant you the application for letters of administration.
Yes.
Ms. Peña, in the case of Francisco Galarza, cause number 2023 PB484L2, the court at this time finds that it has jurisdiction over this case, meaning this is the proper court forum and venue to consider this request. The court hereby takes judicial notice of the entire case file, all of the things in the court's record, including the original death certificate, the requests, and also the report of the attorney ad litem. The court, having considered the evidence in the testimony, finds that the heirs of Francisco Galarza III are Kayla Vivian Galarza, Francisco Galarza IV, and Briseida Abigail Galarza. Heirship is so declared. The court has signed an order to that effect and is tendering the original to the clerk's office. Regarding the administration, the court finds that Mr. Galarza unfortunately passed away on the 27th day of June, 2023. The court finds that there is a necessity to administer his estate. The court finds that you are qualified and you're not disqualified from serving. The court finds that all matters are in due form for the court to grant your request. The court hereby grants your requests and will cause letters of testamentary to be issued out to you and appoints you as the administrator of Mr. Galarza's estate. Two questions. First question, Mr. Tellez, what amount of bond do you believe would be reasonable and necessary given the size of this estate?
Your Honor, we were asking the court for a $5,000 surety bond. At the beginning of the application, we believe the estate was over $200,000. We don't agree with that amount at this point because there are several co-owners in the property, not just the decedents. And it's all essentially real estate and vehicle. And unfortunately, the vehicles now in their state of disrepair do not have the value we believe at the time.
The $200,000 assessment was just the real estate?
It was the majority of the real estate. It was real estate and vehicle.
How many other persons, without holding you to it, things could change, but how many persons do you believe are co-owners or have interest in that property?
We have the other 25% interest with the estate under 87, which
Right.
goes into 84, and then 2 other people. So the half of the value of the house would be the subject to the value of the estate. Not including back taxes, encumbrances.
All right. The court approves the request, appoints Ms. Peña as the administrator over this of the state. I think a reasonable and necessary amount would be $10,000, and it's a surety, so you don't have to pay anything. You just need to have somebody ensure that for $10,000. I do this to protect the children's interest, although I have no reason to believe anything. But I think that's what the law would require. And the second question, Mr. Tellez, I'm going to set this for orders due because the orders that were filed with the court are orders granting a temporary administration, and the court is granting this request for a permanent administration. So the orders, these are the orders of the court, and the orders are due on or before.
May 18th at 12 p.m.
But Ms. Peña can already sign her proof of death, and
Her proof of death has already been submitted. The only thing that's pending is her oath.
all right, you may sign your oath at this time.
Your Honor, if I may,
You may.
I just needed to ask, is this going to be an independent or dependent administration?
At all points in time, it was a request for.
Yeah, I think that's right. And that's what the court has granted.
There was discrepancy between permanent and temporary in the pleadings, but it was always an independent.
That's right.
The
all right.
oath is executed in open court. The proof of death has been filed and executed.
The court has granted your request in all respects, Ms. Peña, with regard to Mr. Galarza. Let's move on to the second case, and you're just eliciting testimony in that case, Mr. Tellez?
Yes, Judge, because all that we would be waiting for is just the elapsing of the posting.
Sure. All right, this is the estate of Linda Galarza, cause number 2023 PB 487L2. Mr. Tellez, who is your first witness?
Yeah.
Ms. Garcia, I'm going to ask that you unmute your device. You continue to remain under oath. Mr. Tellez, you may proceed as soon as that microphone is turned on. You may proceed.
Please state your true and correct name.
Linda Laura Garcia.
And you are a resident here in Laredo, Webb County, Texas.
Yes,
And you are personally familiar with the family and marital history of Linda Laura Galarza.
yes,
Now, you do not have an interest in her estate, correct?
no,
And you were Linda Laura Galarza's mother, correct?
yes,
And so you knew her all of her life from the date of her birth to the date of her death.
correct,
And she was only married. She had never previously been married other than to her husband, Francisco Galarza III.
correct,
And she had one child in her lifetime, which was Briseida Abigail Galarza.
yes,
And she was born on or about August the 6th of 2006.
correct.
And she did not raise or adopt or have any other children live in her home.
No,
Okay, I have no further questions, Ms. Garcia.
All right, your next witness?
Mr. Alberto Mendez Garcia.
Mr. Garcia, you continue to remain under oath. Mr. Tellez will ask you some questions. Mr. Tellez, go ahead.
Yeah, Mr. Garcia, you are a resident here in Laredo, Webb County, Texas,
Yes, sir.
and you do not have an interest in Miss Linda Laura Galarza's estate, correct?
No, sir.
And now you were her father.
Yes, sir.
You knew her all of her life, correct?
All my life.
And you knew that, well, and she'd been married once, and at the time of her death, she remained married to Francisco Galarza III, correct?
That is correct.
And the only child she ever had born, or naturally born child she ever had was Briseida Abigail Galarza, correct?
Yes, sir.
And she did not raise or adopt or take any other children in her home to raise as her own except for Briseida.
No, sir.
I have no further questions.
All right, the court will take up and consider the rest of this case on May the 7th at 10 a.m. Ms. Garcia, Mr. Garcia, Ms. Peña, the court has granted the everything in the first case as the law requires, and then we'll go forward with the second case on May the 7th. I know that this has been a difficult process, but the court thanks you for your courage and gives you its sincere condolences. We'll see you on May the 7th.
you.
Ms. Garcia, Mr.
Thank you,
Garcia, do you
Judge.
have any questions for the court?
No, sir, thank you.
Ms. Peña,
No,
do you have
sir.
any questions? I wish you all well.
Yeah, and as far as the May the 7th, Mr. and Mrs. Garcia are excused, correct?
They
Or they
can
can come up.
they can come in person, they can watch online, they can participate or not participate. It's at your convenience and discretion. All right, have a good day.
Thank you, Judge. That's all I have, maybe, excuse.
Good to see you.
Thank you, Judge. Thank you.
First, next in person is Council Nathan Chu.
Page and case.
We don't have them on the docket, Your Honor.
Counsel, what page and case are you here on?
I don't have a case, Judge. I've just brought our high school students from Zapata High as part of the Color of Justice program. I wanted to see the different courtrooms.
All right.
They've been to a couple already. So they've been to the 49th, the 111th, and now they're here with you.
Welcome to court. Thank you all.
Next online is Council Melissa Saldana. Page.
That's page 1, number 2.
The estate of Wilda Martinez, cause number 2021 PB 78702. Good morning, Ms. Aldana.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Court marks you present participating by video conference. Nelda Navarro, are you present? Court marks Ms. Navarro not present. Ms. Aldana, what is the announcement?
My client should be present on Zoom. She was on earlier, but nonetheless, we filed an application to reopen the estate. In this case, my client was the executor of her mother's will, and everything was distributed except she realized that there were 2 things pending. I see my client's name on the Zoom. Anyway,
Ms.
so
Navarro, if you're present, I'm going to ask that you unmute your device and you start your video. Your case has been called.
Electronically asking to start video.
The court is making that same request electronically now. I'll mark the device as present, Ms. Alenia, but she's unresponsive to verbal and electronic requests. Go ahead.
thank you, Your Honor. So in this case, she realized that there was a cemetery plot that had not been included. And therefore, she's asking to reopen the estate so that she can get letters issued and handle the distribution of the cemetery plot that's in her mother's name. Additionally, there is a truck from 1982 that also needs to be addressed. It's a Ford F-100 in her mother's name. So we're just asking for.
I guess I have some questions procedurally. I think in the instance of requesting that the estate be reopened, I think that was procedurally sound. I think the court should do that. But the question is procedurally, once the court does that, Ms. Aldana, what happens after that? Because in this case, there was a request for an administration, but letters were never issued. So if
Right.
it's reopened, do you go back to square one and have to come back and prove the whole thing over to have letters actually issued? She can't do anything. So in other words, even if the court grants your request, nothing happens with the cemetery plot, nothing happens with the 1982 truck.
Right,
So
I agree with you. I
so
believe
if the
that.
court grants this now, we need to set this for then a hearing to grant those letters.
Correct.
All right. Just wanting to make sure we're on the same page. The court has taken judicial notice of the entire court file. The request is well taken. This estate is now reopened, and the court will set this for 2 matters: a docket control conference and a final hearing. Docket control in 2 to 4 weeks, and final hearing 2 to 4 weeks after that. Ms. Noriega.
We can go ahead and schedule that for May 7th at 9 AM. Your
That's the docket control conference and the final hearing on.
said June 17th at 2 PM.
All right. Any questions or anything else on this matter, Ms. Aldana?
No, Your Honor, that's all I had, Your Honor.
And any other cases for Ms. Aldana? It's good to see you, counsel. Have a great day.
You too. Next on Council Raul de la Garza, page 6, number 13.
Esmeralda Avila versus Homesite Insurance Company, cause number 2026 scratch 2026 CVF 10L2. Good morning, Mr. De La Garza.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Court martial present. You're participating by video conference. Anthony B. James, are you present?
Your Honor, good morning. Tony James from Harlingen, Texas, for the defendant, Your Honor.
Welcome to court, Mr. James. The court marks you present by video conference as well.
Thank you.
Esmeralda Avila or any other person, any litigant present? Court finds no litigants are present. Counsel, what is the announcement?
Yes, Your Honor, we had a motion to compel mediation. However, that is now moot. We have agreed and filed a Rule 11 agreement to mediate with Mr. Charlie Ochoa on May 19th at 1:30 p.m.
That's correct, Your Honor.
Well taken. Now that just leaves the docket control conference. So are you all prepared to tell the court when you're ready to go to trial?
Your Honor, I'm pretty optimistic we're going to settle it, but if you'd like us to get a date, I'll defer to counsel on when he'd be looking at. Is the fall out of question with the courts, like September, or what do you think, Judge?
I'm court's here for you all. You tell me if things don't go as well during mediation, and hopefully they do.
Yes, sir.
How much time do you believe would be reasonable necessary to set this case for trial?
Your Honor, this is a level 1 case, and the statute has more restricted time limitations on discovery and trial settings. I believe it's 180 days, so somewhere in the October-November range, Your Honor, would be good for the plaintiff.
That'd be great. No objections, Your Honor.
And are you asking for, if necessary, are you asking for a bench trial or a jury trial?
We'd ask for a jury trial, Your Honor, if necessary.
All right, Ms. Noriega, give us a voir dire date and a jury trial date in October, November?
November 16th is jury trial date. Or dire date is November 13th at 8 AM. Both are at 8 AM, Your Honor.
Give us a jury selection conference in October.
October 6th at 2 PM.
And give us a final pretrial hearing in September.
September 15th at 2 PM.
All right, and they're already going to mediation, so we won't set that date. Any thoughts, questions, comments, or objections with any of this, Mr. De La Garza?
None, Your Honor.
Mr. James?
No, sir, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. Any other cases for either counsel?
Not today, sir. It's a pleasure being in your court. I want to point out, Your Honor, you run a great courtroom.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I wish you both very well at mediation.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you,
May
Your
we
Honor.
be excused, Your Honor.
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
Thank you, sir.
Likewise.
Next online is Council Brenda Anderson. I don't have a page nor a number on.
Ms. Anderson, what page and case are you here for?
She's not online anymore.
All right. Next person, please. Mr. Let me ask Mr. Longoria to see if Ms. Anderson is in one of the witness rooms. All right, next case, please.
Is Council Erica Willer. I don't have a page.
Ms. Willer, what page and case are you here for?
Your Honor, I am not sure about the page, the case number. Well, the case is Velocity Investments versus Ignacio
Page
Rodriguez.
7 for 15.
That is Velocity Investments LLC versus Ignacio Rodriguez, cause number 2018 CVH 1779C3. Ms. Wheeler, what party are you here for?
I'm here for the receiver, Your Honor.
All right, John Kettler, Ignacio Rodriguez. Is any other person present? Court finds no other persons present. Ms. Wheeler, what is the announcement?
Well, Your Honor, it's the defendant's protected property claim that we're here for. So without the defendant present, I would ask that the court deny that.
Oh, I see. All right. You're right, without objection. And you are the person, or at least you're in the office that has filed the order denying judgment for defendant's protected property claim?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Court takes judicial notice of the entire case file. Cause number 2018 CVH 1779C3. The court has taken judicial notice of the entire case file. The court agrees with counsel Wheeler. The court has signed the order denying the judgment. Defendant's protected property claim. The court has signed the original, tending that original order to the clerk's office. Anything else on this case, Ms. Wheeler?
No, Your Honor. I believe that the receivership is actually closed in this matter. And so without a pending protected property claim, our job is done.
All right. Any other cases for counsel?
No,
Have
Your
a
Honor.
great day, counsel.
Thank you.
Online is Council Felipe Salazar, no page number, no case number.
Mr. Salazar, what page and case are you here for?
Yes, Your Honor. I don't know the page number. Apologies, but I have the case number 2025 CV M00043L2. I represent Gilberto Escobar versus San Juan de Asmara Garcia and Bombardier
Sorry,
Recreational
Ms.
Products.
Rodriguez, what page and case?
Page 4, number 9.
Gilberto Escobar Jr. versus San Juana Esmeralda Garcia, Bombardier Recreational Products Inc. Cause number 2025 CVM43L2. Mr. Salazar, what party do you represent?
I represent the plaintiff, Gilberto Escobar.
All right, court marks Mr. Felipe Salazar present by video conference on behalf of plaintiff. Michelle Shaw, good morning. Are you here on behalf of one of the parties?
Good morning, Your Honor. Yes, Michelle Garcia Shaw for San Juana Garcia.
Welcome to court, Ms. Shaw. The court martial present on by video conference. Anybody here for recreational products or Jose Joey Silva?
Good morning, Your Honor. Chandler Dean from Fort Worth, Texas, here on behalf of Bombardier Recreational Products.
Welcome to court, Mr. Dean. The court martial present also participating by video conference. Are there any other parties, litigants, or counsel present on this case? Court finds no other persons are present. Mr. Salazar, Ms. Garcia Shaw, Mr. Dean, what is the announcement?
Yes, Your Honor. Before we have a motion to transfer venue and also a proposed order.
Ready.
Likewise, Your Honor.
All right, go ahead.
So, Your Honor, this case is a personal injury case, products liability, in which just to give you the court a little bit of background, my client was operating a tricycle of sorts, a Bombardier recreational vehicle, and his foot got caught in the wheel well and unfortunately sustained damages to the extent that he had to have his leg amputated. Your Honor, we filed in this county court originally because we did not expect the damages to exceed $500,000. But based on review with medical experts, including professionals which we consulted, the type of prosthetic that my client's going to require, he was 27 at the time of the accident. He's about 30 years old now. And just with the average cost, which is about 50 to 70,000 for a simple prosthetic, and over his lifetime, which requires maintenance of the device and replacement every 1 to 3 years and every 3 to 5 years, respectively. We believe that essentially that this court, that the amount is going to exceed $1 million. And so we're respectfully asking the court that the court transfer this case to the district court with the proper jurisdiction based on the pleadings, which we have filed an amended pleading to clarify that we are requesting an amount and seeking relief over $1 million.
Response, argument, or objection, if any, Ms. Garcia Shaw?
Your Honor, with the court's approval, I will allow Mr. Chandler Dean to go before me.
Same question, Mr. Dean, go ahead.
Yes, Your Honor. We don't have any position on plaintiff's motion at this time. No objections.
All right, just 2 points of observation. And I guess before I do that, the request is well taken. The court grants the request as requested and pled for and argued. First observation, the only thing that I would have done differently, Mr. Salazar, is just as an indication to the court, I think, and it's just the title thing. It's legally, it's sound, but just as a matter of form, a motion to transfer. When I read a motion to transfer venue, I'm thinking you want to send this to a different county. If you're sending it between counties, it would be a motion to transfer venue. And I think if it's just within the county, just a straight up motion to transfer. First observation. Second, let me ask both the Webb County Clerk's Office and the District Clerk's Office if they are present. I've received, reviewed, and considered the order. And what the order is that the motion to transfer venue is granted and this cause transfers to a district court of Webb County. I've done this once before. The first time wasn't as procedurally painless as it could be. But now if the court signs this order, is there anything else that the court can do, that council can do to make this process as seamless as possible? Or is this now a process in place?
So, Your Honor, it would be a process in place. So our office, the county clerks, will prepare an index of all the documentations that are on file. And we will prepare an order, or I'm sorry, we'll prepare the certificate sheet. And so the district clerks can go ahead and sign that off.
All right. And just to confirm, is there anything else that the court should do, or that any lawyer, counsel, or party can or should do?
I think that should be fine, Your Honor.
All right.
As long as we receive the certificate, we should be able to accept it.
I appreciate
I
that.
can get in contact with the firm as well.
All right. I appreciate I want to make this as procedurally seamless and painless for each of the lawyers, parties, and litigants. All right, counsel, well taken. I have signed that order. This case transfers to a district court. Anything else on this case, Mr. Salazar?
No, Judge, I just wanted to say thank you for the advice. I did see that that was my mistake, and I did see that myself, and I was kind of curious. But at the time, that's why we have people like you in place to show us the way. So thank you, Judge.
I appreciate that. Anything else on this case, Ms. Garcia Shaw?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Dean?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
I wish each of you and your clients very well. Have a great day.
God bless you. You have a good one.
Thank you.
Next online, Your Honor, is Counsel Daniel Taylor, page 4, number 8.
American Credit Acceptance LLC versus Ediberto Martinez Jr., cause number 2025 CVF 85L2. Good morning, Mr. Taylor.
Good morning, Your Honor.
Court martial present participating by video conference. Ediberto Martinez or any other person, any other party present? Court finds no other persons are present. Counsel, what is the announcement?
We are here on the motion to reinstate, so.
Mr. Martinez, are you Ediberto Martinez? I'm going to ask that you unmute your device. There's an unmute button at the bottom left of your screen or device. It's either a red or a microphone button at the bottom left of your screen. I need you to depress that button so that you can be heard.
There we go. All right.
Are you Edilberto Martinez Jr.?
Yes, Your Honor.
Welcome to court, sir. The court marks you present. You're participating by video conference. Mr. Martinez, do you have a lawyer?
No, sir, I do not.
Are you going forward at this hearing without a lawyer?
Yes, Your Honor.
The court marks you self-represented. Mr. Taylor, what is the announcement?
We're ready to proceed.
Go ahead.
Okay, we filed a motion to reinstate on February 13th. Believe the defendant was served with the citation last year, but he was not served with the writ because we were supposed to draft our own writ in this county. I was not aware of that. We have drafted that writ and filed it with the court. However, I believe it was rejected because the case had been dismissed. So we're ready to proceed, and I believe the officer's citation or affidavit of service return states that the defendant was willing to turn over the vehicle. However, we didn't have a valid writ because we hadn't had a draft at the time. So we just want to get this reinstated so we can get this, the vehicle, back into our possession.
Understood. Mr. Martinez, what, if anything, would you like to tell the court?
Yes, when I got served the papers, myself, talked to the repossession company, gave all the information, but they never dispatched anybody to go get the car, and I myself never made sure it got picked up because it's not in my location. I got with them on the 15th of this month, and they picked it up the next day. They had all the information, but nobody dispatched to go get the vehicle, and it was my mistake for not calling back and making sure everything had gone through. I do have an email from from American Acceptance stating they repossessed the vehicle on the 16th of this month.
Well, it sounds like, based on everything you've said, that you don't have an objection to the request that's being made, but I don't want to put words in your mouth. Do you have any objection to the request to reinstate this case? Mr. Martinez?
Yes, no objection for repossession of the vehicle, no.
All right, the court has taken judicial notice of the entire case file. The court called this case on in February and signed the dismissal for lack of prosecution. The court has seen that there is good cause, reason, and basis to reinstate this case heard by Mr. Taylor and now not objected to by defendant Martinez. The court has signed an order. This case is hereby reinstated. All right.
Your Honor, may I be dismissed?
Give me 1 second. So once this thing is reinstated, what then left is what is left pending, Mr. Taylor?
What's left pending is I don't know if we might have to refile the writ. I'm not sure if y'all have it. It says accepted on the e-file system, but when I looked at the search text, it didn't appear. So I'm not sure what the actual step. If we need to resubmit it, we certainly can. I would like some guidance on whether or not y'all have it on file or if we need to resubmit it.
Well, I tell you what, now that this case has been reinstated, Ms. Noriega, give us a docket control conference in 30 to 45 days.
That'll be June 17th at 2 p.m., Your Honor. And if I can have an email from Mr. Martinez.
Mr. Martinez, what is your email address?
It is HED as in dog ILM 250 at yahoo.com.
One more time in case we missed something.
Yes, HEDILM 250 at yahoo.com.
All right, be on the lookout for your emails. If the court needs to send you any notice, any information, it'll go to that email address. Similarly, if Mr. Taylor, on behalf of his client, needs to send you any information, request, or documents, it'll likely go to that email address. We'll come back on June the 17th to address what you just told the court, Mr. Taylor. If there's anything procedurally pending, you can make requests on that day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Right.
And Your Honor, if I may, Mr. Taylor does need to file his writ possession. We don't have it on file.
Thank you.
All right, that was the clerk's office. All right, Mr. Taylor, Mr. Martinez, I wish you both well. Have a great day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next online is Counsel Cassandra Bonilla, page file number 11.
In the matter of Jennifer Jenny Maldonado, cause number 2025 PB666L2. Good morning, Ms. Bonilla.
Good morning, Your Honor. I also have here appearing Ms. Maria Lamont, who is our guardianship specialist in this case.
She's in our waiting room, Your Honor.
Court marks Ms. Bonilla present by video conference. Please admit the device for Ms. Lamont.
Done.
Are there any other persons present on this case?
Your Honor, Mr. Bruce Wersack is the ad litem. I don't believe he's present. He did file his report.
That's correct, Your Honor. I believe it just wasn't listed on the Odyssey.
So I haven't had the benefit of review. Are you Maria Lamont?
Yes, Your Honor.
Welcome to court. The court martial present participating by video conference. I guess the question that the court has, Ms. Bonilla, is this case ripe for hearing?
Yes, Your Honor, it is. We are ready to go. Miss Maldonado is 18 years old. It was filed back in May, I believe, or September, I believe. So we are ready. Everybody's been given notice. And Mr. Worstak did provide his report.
The reason I ask is because in the court's review of this case, although the citation by publication was requested, it was not issued, or at least there's no record of that in the file. Let me ask the clerk's office, is there any record of the issuance of the citation by publication?
Let me verify, Your Honor.
Sure.
For the record, Your Honor, an order on the motion for substituted service was signed for publication on January the 16th, but I don't see an issuance for that.
And let me see, Your Honor. I think that's correct, Your Honor. I'm not sure if I have anything.
All right. So give us a final hearing date give us the next available so that that can take place, Ms. Noriega.
Yes, Your Honor. To give it enough time, I feel that June the 9th at 9 a.m. would work best.
Thoughts, comments, or objections, Ms. Bonilla?
No, Your Honor, that's good.
All right, Ms. Lamont, I'll call this case on June the 9th at 9 a.m. Any other cases for Ms. Bonilla?
No, Your Honor, yeah.
Good to see you all. Have a great rest of the week.
Thank you. You as well, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next on line is Council Evan Rodriguez, no case number, no page.
Mr. Rodriguez, what page and case are you here for?
Good morning, Your Honor. I am here on 2025 CVM 000071 L2, and I do not.
Number 10.
Page 5, number 10 is Maria Elena Martel, Ángel Gabriel Martel versus Aaron Gallegos Griselda Lara. Cause number 2025 CVM 71L2. Court marks Mr. Evan Rodriguez present by video conference. Counsel, what party do you represent?
I represent the defendant, Your Honor, Griselda Lara, in this matter.
Court marks you present on her behalf.
And Aaron Gallegos.
Martel, Ángel Gabriel Martel, Aaron Gallegos, Juan Jose Garcia. Any litigants, parties, counsel, witnesses present? Anybody else present on this case? Court finds no other persons are present. Counsel, what is the announcement?
Yes, Your Honor, we had a docket control conference set for this morning. I haven't had a chance to talk with plaintiff counsel on a trial date, but we did have February 2027 available. We've done depositions of the plaintiffs, and now we are currently scheduling mediation.
You've already taken depositions of the parties?
Just the plaintiffs, Your Honor,
You've
or
taken
of
depositions?
the adult plaintiff.
You've taken depositions of the parties, but you've not had an opportunity to confer with counsel on trial dates?
Yes, Your Honor.
That doesn't make any sense. You said 2027. What is it about this case? This case was filed in 2025. Under normal time standards promulgated by the Texas Supreme Court, this case should be over in about a year, unless there's other situations, circumstances that warrant more time. Tell the court what's different about this case that was filed August 2025 that would warrant it going into 2027.
Nothing with the case, Your Honor. It's more so defense counsel trial schedule for the rest of this year.
I tell you what, you're already set for dismissal on May the 7th at 10. That should be sufficient time. I find that should be sufficient time to talk to plaintiff's counsel and secure some dates. I mean, if you have time to take depositions, you certainly should have time to talk about trial dates. So you have until May the 7th at 10 a.m. to submit to the court a pretrial. I can do this now, but I really believe that it would be in the best interest of justice for you to talk to Mr. Garcia, get some trial dates, put them in writing, and submit them to the court. If they are not turned in by May the 7th, then we'll proceed to that dismissal docket.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else on this case, Mr. Rodriguez?
That's everything. Thank you.
Any other cases for Mr. Rodriguez?
No, Your Honor.
Have a great day, counsel. Good to see you.
Thank you, too. Thank you.
Next on line is Council Joe Benavides, no page.
Good morning, Mr. Benavides. What case are you here for?
Good morning, Your Honor. 2026 CVF 0007L2, R. Pegar Carmines.
Case 6 number 12 is Arpegar Carmen's LLC, DBA Carmen's Flower and Gift Shop versus Sharim Laredo LP, DBA Doubletree by Hilton Laredo, cause number 2026 CVF 7L2. Court marks Mr. Benavides, Joe Benavides, present and participating by video conference. Mr. Patel, are you making an appearance on this case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Patel, who do you represent or who are you here on behalf of?
I'm here on behalf of Shrim Laredo LP.
Are you a lawyer?
No, I'm a defendant. I'm appearing pro se.
This is a person that was served with process, Mr. Benavides?
Yes, Your Honor, this is an order for, we've already filed a motion for default judgment. No answer was filed by the deadline. This is the first appearance made by the defendant at this time.
Mr. Patel, I'm going to ask that you start your thank you. Thank you. Welcome to court, Mr. Patel. The court marks you present. You're participating by video conference. Mr. Patel, do you have a lawyer?
Your Honor, I do not have a lawyer.
Are you going forward without a lawyer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Court marks you self-represented. Mr. Patel, what is your email address?
It is going to be jiger@shrimcapital.us.
Say that a little bit slower so that I want to make sure that we get it right. Go ahead.
Sure. JIGER at Shrim, SHREEM, capital CAPITAL.US.
All right. We've noted down that email address. So if the court needs to send you any notices, any information, it'll go to that email address. Mr. Benavides, what now is the announcement?
Yes, Your Honor, we'd like to proceed with our proposed motion for default judgment. Just by way of some background or context, this lawsuit was filed back in January 23 of 2025 against Shrim Laredo, operating as Doubletree, and Carmene's Flower Shop supplied flower arrangements that were not paid by the defendant. In total, there were 11 invoices totaling $6,877, Your Honor. These were all between October and December of 2025 when these services were rendered. We did file a proposed motion for default judgment. Service was executed on February 6th at their principal place of business in Irving, Texas. The return of service was filed with the court on February 10th. As such, we would like to note that defendant did fail to file an answer by the March 2nd deadline. And as I mentioned, this is the first appearance, so we would like to proceed if possible with that motion for default judgment.
Just a couple of points of clarification, Mr. Benavides. Ostensibly, you're just moving for default against the entities that haven't made an appearance and not against Mr. Patel himself individually, correct?
Correct.
Understood. You may proceed.
Well, at this time,
anything else you want to put on the record?
yes, Your Honor, we just asked that the court enter into the record the defendant's motion for default, which contains the following exhibits. Exhibit A are 11 invoices totaling $6,877.12 for flower arrangements purchased between October and December 2025. We'd also like to enter into the record Exhibit B, the return of service. Exhibit C, the certificate of last known address. Exhibit D, or Exhibit 4, affidavit of Attorney Juan Cruz in support of the attorney's fees award. And at this time, Your Honor, that's all we would like to submit into the record. We respectfully request that the court enter judgment in the amount of $6,877.12, including court costs in the amount of $548.58, plus attorney's fees in the amount of $2,500 and pre and post judgment interest as at the rate allowed by law.
Mr. Patel, you're not the defendant, Shareem Laredo LP, or doing business as Doubletree by Hilton Laredo and Shareem Partners LLC, but you are a party to this case. If you would like to say anything, I can put you under oath. Is there anything you want to tell the court?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this cause will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes.
You may lower your hand, Mr. Patel. What, if anything, and keep this in mind, you're speaking on behalf of yourself. I've asked the question, if you're a lawyer, you said not, so you can't speak on behalf or represent any business entity in the state of Texas, but you can certainly speak on your behalf, and I want to give you the opportunity to say anything you'd like. What, if anything, would you like to say?
Yes, Honor. Thank you for giving me an opportunity to speak. Let me apologize. To give you the context that the services were provided at the hotel from the invoices that Carmen Flowers have shared from October, and then there were some in November and some in December. At the time and after these invoices were sent to us, a representative from our company reached out to the Carmen Flowers to look at these invoices, because one of the things that we requested them is to provide us a approval that they received from someone at the property. We received the invoice, but we haven't received anything that says that there was a signed agreement on the pricing or for the services. In fact, we have general manager and the DOS at the time stating that they did not agree to the services that were provided and the pricing that were sent later on in an invoice by Carmen Flower. Now, we did fail to respond to the court, and I do want to apologize on behalf of my company. I'm one of the partners in the company. One of our team members, employees, did reach out to Carmen Flowers, and we thought that we might come to an agreement to resolve this. Unfortunately, we did not come to a resolution, and to be honest, there was an oversight on our side, and we failed to respond to the court in a timely manner. We do have evidence showing that the managers at the time sent us an email saying they haven't approved or signed any agreement with Carmen Flowers for any services. I would respectfully request, Your Honor, to give us some time to have a proper representation and hopefully, in good faith, work with Carmen Flowers for a possible resolution.
Mr. Benavides, anything in response on behalf of your client?
We do not agree to an extension, Your Honor. They had sufficient time pursuant to Rule 239 of the Texas Rules Procedure. Whether or not they were busy dealing with personal issues out of town, whatever it may be, they should have submitted any evidence on the record, whether it be through affidavit, sworn evidence, anything at this point. There's still no showing of any meritorious defense here. And I think to allow them to give them more time to put something on the record would prejudice my client and the court's time.
Right.
Your Honor,
Go
if
ahead.
I may say something, Carmen Flower hasn't provided anything as of yet which shows that any of the services or invoices that they sent us were approved by any of our employees. No agreement has been provided. We did reach out to them in good faith to resolve this. So it is not that we were just sitting on it and we were not responding to Carmen Flowers. Yes, we did fail to respond in a timely manner to the court order. Honestly, that was a honest oversight on our end, and we would like to apologize to the court for that. But we would appreciate an opportunity to properly defend because we do find these invoices fraudulent.
Your Honor, if I may.
Go ahead.
Well, first of all, I believe fraudulent is a very charged word here to use. On the record, there's been no specific sworn evidence. As I mentioned, we do not believe that any extension here should be granted.
All right, Mr. Benavides, Mr. Patel. In this case, cause number 2026 CVF 7L2, the court at this time finds that it has jurisdiction over this case. This case was filed January 23rd, 2026, and service of process was effectuated February 6, 2026. The time to respond has in fact elapsed. Let me just make a point of comment or reference, Mr. Patel. If the court takes everything that you've said as true, and you're not under oath, but let's assume that that everything you've said is true, it doesn't absolve the defendant, Shareem Laredo LP, doing business as DoubleTree by Hilton Laredo, as I've said before, because you can't properly represent a business entity in the state of Texas. That can only come through a lawyer, number one. Number two, there is no evidence in the record to support a finding that there are any fraudulent dealings. I mean, it could be true in the real world, but at least legally, there's just nothing that the court can rely on in the record to support that allegation. But the court finds that sufficient time under the law has elapsed to consider. The court has makes a finding that defendants in this case have not appeared. The court finds that February 6, 2026, defendants were properly served with process. The court finds that the answer date was March 2nd, 2026. The court finds that no appearance has been made on their behalf. The court finds that the evidence as supported in the request for default judgment supports a judgment in the amount of $6,877.12. The court finds that $2,500 is reasonable and necessary in attorney's fees. And the court finds that court costs in this case are $548.58. The court, for all of these reasons, hereby grants the default judgment as requested. The court has also received, reviewed, and considered the proposed order that is on file with the court. The court has signed that order and is tendering the original to the clerk's office. That being the case, Mr. Benavides, is anything pending on this case?
No, Your Honor.
All right. Anything else that you need to put on the record, Mr. Benavides?
That's all we have for today.
Anything else that you would like to put on the record, Mr. Patel?
Your Honor, nothing as of right now.
All right, Mr. Patel, Mr. Benavides, I wish you both and your clients all the best. Have a good day.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Next online is Council Alejandra Esqueda, page 7, number 16.
Velocity Investments LLC, assigning of lending club corporations versus Maria del Fuentes, cause number 2018 CVH 2498C3. Sorry, who was the person that was present? Mrs. Esqueda. What person are you here on behalf of? I'm going to ask that you unmute your device.
Sorry, the plaintiff, Your Honor.
Mrs. Esqueda, welcome to court. The court marks you present and participating by video conference. Good morning, Ms. Peter.
Yes, Your Honor. We're here together for plaintiff, Your Honor.
Understood. Welcome to both Mrs. Esqueda and Ms. Peter. You're both joining us by video conference. Maria del Fuentes, Robert Jenkins, any other person, party, counsel present? Court finds no other persons are present. Ms. Esqueda, Ms. Peter, what is the announcement?
Plaintiff filed an application to appoint receiver and would show that judgment was entered on June 13th, 2019. Post-judgment discovery was sent on November 14th of 2025. And we're requesting that the court appoint Robert E. Jenkins as the receiver.
Anything to add, Ms. Peter?
No, Your Honor.
I said this for hearing, and I deviated a little bit for this reason, and I guess I'll begin with you, Mrs. Esqueda and Ms. Peter. I'm going to ask you the same questions. Mrs. Esqueda, what county do you normally or generally practice in?
I'm kind of just starting, Your Honor. So right now I'm doing more Fort Worth County, but I will be in Galveston County soon after.
And the reason I ask is for this reason, Mrs. Queda, I asked to sign these things all the time from counsel outside of Webb County. But I really try for those that practice in Webb County, really try to be consistent across all cases, knowing that Mrs. Queda, given the value of the judgment in this case, $13,738.13, what is the common and general practice for courts? I think you said Galveston and Fort Worth counties.
Yes, Your Honor.
What are some of the things that you see there? What would the courts in those jurisdictions do in this situation?
I'll answer on her behalf, Your Honor. This is her first one. So normally we just need to show that we did serve the defendant with post-judgment discovery, that judgment was granted within the last 10 years. We submitted the application in a timely manner, which I think we did here. Given that the judgment was, what was the date again?
June 13th, 2019.
Yes, in 2019, Your Honor. We're not requesting a bond. We did submit the application with all the information usually required for the receiver or about the receiver, Your Honor.
No.
So I'm not sure how it's done in Webb County or what we're missing, but we're very open to hearing and adjusting accordingly.
You're not missing anything. So I guess per the court's discretion, you've left two blanks, and the court has the responsibility and I guess the discretion to either require no bond or that the receiver should execute a bond in some amount. And I'm just trying really hard to be consistent across all of your practice, and I'm giving you the opportunity to say, well, in Fort Worth County or in Galveston County, normally for this type of case, generally what we experience is X, Y, and Z, so that I'm trying to give you and your practice the benefit of stability across all your cases in practice.
Yes, Your Honor. We usually do not require a bond. But I see your point given the amount.
Sure.
I'm gonna leave that up to your discretion. We're open to doing it however you like, Your Honor, and we can note that this is the way your according to your court rules.
I am hoping for more of a guiding principle on this. So normally what I do, just to make sure that there is something there, is we'll do a $500
Okay.
bond in this case. But the request is well taken, and cause number 2018 CVH 2498C3. The request is well taken. The court has received, reviewed, and considered the order appointing receiver. It is in due form. The request is granted with a $500 bond. Granted in full.
Sounds reasonable. Thank you so much, Your Honor.
Any other cases
you.
for Ms. Peter or Mrs. Queda?
Honor.
No,
Good to
Your
see you
Honor,
both.
that's
Have a
it
great
for
day.
You
Thank
too.
you so much. Bye-bye.
Your Honor, we do have Ms. Anderson in the well of the court virtually, but I don't know what case she would be here.
Ms. Anderson, are you making an appearance this morning?
We tried reaching out.
Ms. Anderson may have just logged in so that she can get called first this afternoon. I think that just means there's one case that has not been called. Page 3, case 7, Ila Hortensio Garcia versus Allstate Vehicle and Property Insurance Company, cause number 2025 CVF50L2. Attorneys Victor Gonzalez, Nicholas Smith, or any other person. Any person present, court finds no persons are present. There was an agreement to dismiss. The court signed that on April 17, 2026. This case is final. Have all cases been called?
Yes, Your Honor.
At least one case on this morning's docket, page 3, case 6. Father Ed Kircher Apartments versus Alfredo Montemayor Jr., cause number 2025 CVD74L2. Court marks counsel Garcia and Canales. They're both present in person. Party Alfredo Montemayor Jr. is present in person, and representative on behalf of plaintiff Tomas Cantu is present in person as well. Ms. Garcia, Ms. Canales, what is the announcement?
Your Honor, may we announce from our
seats? Because I know that.
Yes, as long as you speak really loudly into
Yes.
the microphones.
Yes, Judge.
Thank you.
Just Ms. Garcia, Ms. Canales' announcement.
Your Honor, we conferred, but we have differing understandings of the court's ruling and instructions the last time we were here.
So as a reminder, set aside the court's specific rulings because the court's specific rulings are meant to address the requirements as found in statute and federal regulation. Based on that, let me ask you this, Ms. Garcia, do you believe your client has performed all the necessary requirements for his case to be heard or their case to be heard?
Yes, Your Honor, we do.
Same question to you, Ms. Canales. Do you believe that Father Ed Kircher Apartments has performed all the necessary procedural and legal requirements under state and federal authorities to have their case heard?
No, Your Honor, it has not complied with all the conditions precedent prior to filing its eviction lawsuit in J.B. Court.
Well, but the court already ruled on that, remember? So at the last hearing, the court was unaware that the motion to dismiss would be argued. So the court did its own research and then I gave you some time to come back and tell the court how the court got it right or wrong. And based on the 13th Courts of Appeal, that court provided all courts some guidance about what happens. So even if the court agrees with you, and let's assume that it did at the last hearing, based on the guidance out of the 13th, they can then go out and meet their required conditions. So the question isn't what they did then. The question is, what have they done now based on the 13th Court of Appeals? And the question the court has is, have they now complied with all the statutory and regulatory requirements under state and federal laws?
No, Your Honor.
What have they not complied with?
The lawsuit was filed, I guess if the eviction lawsuit was filed sometime in August or September, it was sometime in September, August 2025. This latest notice that the opposing party filed dated March 20th, 2026, does not cure the defective notice of July 15th, 2025.
But the 13th Court disagrees with you, and because of that, so does this court, and that's why the court gave you all this time. Tell the court what about that opinion, and by extension, this court's ruling is incorrect. So the 13th Court says that if they now cured, then they're ready to go. I'm hanging my hat on that court's ruling. If that court is incorrect, what other guiding principle is there?
To opposing counsel, there's a lot of other cases coming out of the East Coast, the Ninth Circuit, that stand for the proposition that anytime a landlord does not serve a legally valid notice of termination, then the tenant's due process rights are affected or impinged, and the eviction proceeding cannot go forward.
Now, with all of those uncited cases out of that other jurisdiction, are any of those cases cited in your response to the advisory?
No, because again, I was, because that advisory
I can't.
was dated.
I can't do anything with that. So we were in this position last time, right? So normally the court would expect and hope that counsel comes in telling the court, this is the case that you need to rely on. This is the case that you need to hang your hat on. That wasn't done, but not by one side or the other. So the court had to do its own research, which is fine. That's what I'm here for. But then the court gave you additional time to see what, if anything else, the court should rely on. If the response is, well, there's cases out there, I don't know what they are. All right, so I've already ruled on that.
Your Honor, may I respond just for the record?
No, we're gonna move on.
All right.
Ms. Garcia, are you ready to proceed?
Yes, sir.
All right, so let's do this. I think there is one criminal case who's that's ready to be heard, and I think it's a plea. So let me take that plea. But let me ask Ms. Cuellar and Ms. Rivera, is that criminal case ready?
Yes, Your Honor.
And is it ready to be prompted?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let me just handle that matter, and then we'll go straight into the trial of Kircher versus Montemayor. This is the criminal law docket, page 1, case 1, State of Texas versus Herbert McKenzie Jr., cause number 2025 CRB 261L2. Court marks Ms. Garza present in person. She's here on behalf of the state. Mr. Mayor, present in person. He's here on behalf of defendant. You are Herbert McKenzie Jr.?
Yes, Your Honor.
Welcome to court, sir. You're present in person. The person to your right is your lawyer. I think I gave you an oath, but let's take care of that once more. Mr. McKenzie, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this cause will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, Your Honor.
You may lower your hand. Now that you're under oath, we'll start again. Is your true and correct name Herbert McKenzie Jr.?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. McKenzie, have you had enough time to talk to your lawyer about your case?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did he explain your rights to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did he explain your plea agreement to you?
Yes, Your Honor.
I'm going to show you on the screen a true and correct copy of your plea agreement. Is that your signature on your
Yes,
plea
Your Honor.
agreement?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you sign your plea agreement freely and voluntarily?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you sign that document after talking to your lawyer?
Yes, Your Honor.
Are you satisfied with your lawyer's legal representation?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand the maximum punishment that you're facing for this charge?
Yes, Your Honor.
You understand that all of the Class A charges, there are 4 of them, the maximum punishment that you're facing is up to a year in the Webb County Jail and or up to a $4,000 fine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that the maximum punishment that you're facing for the Class Bs is up to 6 months, 180 days in jail, or a $2,000 fine?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you understand that the plea agreement that you've entered into, it's a binding contract, but it's binding only on you, your lawyer, and the prosecution. It's not binding on the court. Do you understand that?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. McKenzie, are you a U.S. citizen?
Yes, Your Honor.
Keeping all of these things in mind, Mr. McKenzie, having spoken to your lawyer, knowing your rights and knowing the possible consequences that you're facing, you have the first 4, we'll do this all at once, the first four Class A's, and this is a plea as to all 12 counts, correct?
That is correct, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. McKenzie, as to the first 4 counts, they're Class A misdemeanors. It's taking wildlife resources without consent. Knowing all of this, having spoken to your lawyer, knowing your rights and knowing the possible consequences that you're facing, how do you plead to the Class A misdemeanors? Do you plead guilty or do you plead not guilty?
Guilty.
As to the remaining 8 counts, they are all Class Bs and all transporting and planter animals without a permit. How do you plead to those 8 counts? Do you plead guilty or do you plead not guilty?
Guilty, Your Honor.
Are you pleading guilty because you are in fact guilty?
Yes, Your Honor.
The court hereby accepts your plea because you've done so freely and voluntarily. The court at this time will hear from the state.
Your Honor, in exchange for the defendant's plea of guilty, the state recommends 1 day to serve. I believe defendant does have 1 day credit as well as a $3,000 fine and court costs.
And those court costs, Your Honor, are 270.
Mr. Mayor?
That is our agreement, Your Honor.
Mr. McKenzie, before the court makes a decision, you have the right to address the court. Is there anything that you would like to say?
No, Your Honor.
Say it again. Just let me hear from the court coordinator. Anything for the court to consider by way of background?
No, Your Honor. And for the record, Your Honor, defendant does have 1 day credit.
I didn't hear, and in case I missed it, I apologize, Ms. Garza. Are you asking for Exhibit A to be admitted?
Yes, Your Honor.
Any
Yeah,
objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
It's admitted without objection. Mr. McKenzie, in your case, cause number 2025 CRB 261L2, the court at this time finds that it has jurisdiction. The court now finds that you have pled freely and voluntarily. The court also finds that there is sufficient information in the record to permit the meaningful exercise of sentencing discretion. Given the facts, background, and situation, the circumstances in this case, the court believes that your plea agreement is well contemplated. Your punishment is hereby assessed, therefore, at 1 day to be served in the Webb County Jail. The court hereby gives you credit for the day that you have served. Your fine is assessed at $3,000. Your court costs at $270. The court has signed a judgment to that effect.
Thank you,
That
Your
now
Honor.
concludes your case, Mr. McKenzie. Do you have any questions for the court?
No, Your Honor, thank you.
Anything else on this case, Mr. Mayor?
Not on this particular case, but the co-defendant's case is being dismissed, but we were told by the clerks to ask for a bill of costs. Because the agreement is that we pay the court costs on that, and then in exchange, the state will dismiss that case. So
Do you know if that case is in this court?
it is in this case, it's on the same, this is Miss Day who represents the co-defendant. It's on the same cause number, but it has a different suffix on it, I believe. Let me confirm that.
Ms. Rivera, do you have that cause number?
I am pulling it up, Your Honor.
I believe the cause number, because in this case, it's the ending is 6-1, and I think the
262.
yes.
It's 2025 CRB 262L2, State of Texas versus Ryder Whitstein.
And-
We did get an email requesting that court costs be assessed. They have been assessed in the amount of 320. They should have already been e-filed, so as soon as they are accepted by the clerk's office, they can be paid at the second floor. Thank you.
We're ahead of the game. All right. Anything else on this case, Mr. Mayor?
Three brief things, Your Honor. First, thank you so much for accommodating the lengthiness of this case. As you recall, we have cases all over the state, which leads to the second thing. Thank you for accommodating us today. We're coming from Bandera to Edwards. We're headed to Duval, Live Oak, Jim Wells. So we appreciate you accommodating us today. Finally, I'm going to echo what my colleague in Harlingen said. You run an incredibly efficient and well-run court. You are a model. I practice all over the state, and just sit here and watch you run the docket. It's been a very pleasant experience, and I would encourage other county court judges I know around the state to watch how you run things, because this is absolutely a very well run operation. You obviously are very considerate of all the parties. Again, I think you are a model, and I appreciate that. So thank you.
I thank you for your words, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you.
And safe travels to you and your colleagues.
Thank you.
Anything else on this case, Ms. Garza?
No, Your Honor, this is all I have before the court. May I be
Good
excused?
to see you all.
Thank
Mr.
you.
McKenzie, I wish you well. Have a good day.
Look forward to being back, Your Honor.
Yes, thank you. H3K6, we began with the bench trial for Father Ed Kircher Apartments versus Alfredo Montemayor Jr., cause number 2025 CVD 74L2. Ostensibly, there are going to be some witnesses. Let me ask court staff to begin the transmission of, there it is. All right, there's the witness stand. Ms. Garcia, ostensibly, you have witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor, I have 6 witnesses. I'd like them sworn in, please.
All right, we're going to go till right before noon, and then I'll give you some further instructions on when we will recommence, likely right shortly after 1. Who is your first witness?
My first witness, well, can I?
One more thing, sorry. Does anybody here wish to invoke the rule?
Yes, I'd like to invoke the rule, Your Honor.
All right, are there any witnesses present?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right, let's have all the witnesses come up. Stand in front of the lower bench.
Yes, sir.
Every single witness.
And most of them require interpretation, Judge.
No, these ladies are caretaker.
We'll begin Spanish language interpretation as necessary. Tell the court your name, please.
Joanne Arriaga.
One more time, much louder.
Joanne Arriaga.
Welcome to court, Ms. Arriaga. Tell the court your name, please.
Dígale al tribunal su nombre, por favor.
¿Dónde?
Dígale al tribunal
María
su
Mata.
nombre, por favor.
María Mata.
María Magda.
Mata.
María Mata.
Welcome to court. Tell the court your name, sir, into a microphone.
Diga su nombre al tribunal, por favor, ante el micrófono.
Mi nombre es Joel García Huerta.
My name is Joel García Huerta.
Your name, please.
María Teresa Vega.
And your name, sir.
Inaudible.
José Luis Mata.
Ms. Canales, do you have any witnesses?
No, you're just the client. No, I don't.
All right.
And also my client, Judge Tomas Cantu. I will be swearing in.
Yeah, Mr. Cantu, I'm gonna ask that you rise. Mr. Montemayor, I'm gonna ask that you and everyone raise your right hands, just your right hands.
Favor de levantar su mano derecha. Todos.
Miss- Do each of you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this cause will be the truth, so help you God?
Cada uno de ustedes jura decir la verdad, toda la verdad y nada más que la verdad bajo el amparo de Dios en esta causa.
Sí.
Sí.
Yes, yes, yes.
Yes.
All right, everyone has answered yes, you may lower your hands. Don't move. Let me ask Ms. Garcia, who is your first witness?
I'm gonna call Mr. Huerta first.
All right. So Ms. Arriaga, Ms. Mata, Ms. Vega, and Mr. Mata. I'm gonna ask that you wait patiently outside in the hallway.
Le voy a pedir a cada uno de ustedes, excepto al señor Huerta, que espere afuera en el pasillo.
Don't talk to anyone about this case.
No hable con nadie sobre este caso.
If somebody tries to talk to you about this case, let our security officer know.
Si alguien trata de hablar con ustedes sobre este caso, háganle saber a nuestro agente de seguridad.
Actually, you know what? Unless there's an objection, I'm gonna release the witnesses until 1:15. Any objections?
No objection.
No.
All right, so I'm gonna release you. Just come back to court and wait in the hallway until 1:15.
Ustedes pueden salir del tribunal y pueden regresar a la 1:15.
We'll see you then.
Nos veremos aquí a la 1:15.
Mr. Huerta, you've been placed under oath. I'm gonna ask you to take a seat here on the witness stand.
Señor Huerta, por favor, tome asiento en el estrado del testigo.
We'll go for 10 minutes and then we will commence at 1:15. Let me just wait for the witnesses to excuse themselves. Your witness, go ahead, Ms. Garcia. Oh, Mr. Huerta, the lawyers are going to ask you some questions.
Señor Huerta, los abogados le harán ciertas preguntas.
Just pause before you answer and then you can answer.
Haga una pausa antes de contestar y después puede contestar.
You are under oath, so make sure that you tell the truth.
Está usted bajo juramento, así que asegúrese de decir la verdad.
If you hear one of the lawyers object, just pause and I'll let you know if you can answer or not.
Si escucha a uno de los abogados objecionar, haga pausa, espere a que yo dé mi dictamen y después responda si es que sí se lo permito.
Do you have any questions before we begin?
¿Alguna pregunta antes de comenzar?
No.
No.
I'm going to
No.
ask that you pull the microphone, pull it down and close to your mouth as possible. All right. Ms. Garcia, when you're ready.
Mr. Huerta, can you state your full name for the record, please?
Señor Huerta, por favor, diga su nombre completo para el récord.
Mi nombre completo es Joel García Huerta.
My complete name is Joel García Huerta.
And Mr. Huerta, how are you employed?
¿Cómo está usted empleado?
Soy el encargado de mantenimiento de ahí, soy yo.
I am in charge of maintenance there.
Where's there?
¿Dónde es ahí?
En Father Ed Kircher.
In Father Edkir
Kircher Apartment.
Kirche Apartments.
And just to clarify the interpretation, Kircher is the name of the plaintiff, the property.
So noted.
And can you explain to the court what your job duties are at Father Ed Kircher Apartments?
¿Puede explicar usted qué es lo que usted hace en su trabajo ahí en Father Kircher Apartments?
Mi trabajo consiste en mantenimiento, lo que es adentro de los apartamentos y por fuera de los apartamentos.
My job entails maintenance inside and outside the apartments.
Does your job require you to interact with the tenants?
¿Su trabajo requiere que usted interactúe con las personas que viven ahí?
Así es.
Yes.
And do you know Mr. Alfredo Montemayor?
¿Conoce usted al señor Alfredo Montemayor?
Sí.
Yes.
Have you filed complaints against him with your management?
¿Usted ha archivado quejas en contra del señor con sus supervisores?
There's there's an objection, but it's not on the record. Speak into the microphone.
I object. It's a leading question.
Just
She's asking-
rephrase.
Can you describe for the court any occasion in which you have encountered Mr. Montemayor?
¿Puede describirle a este tribunal a alguna ocasión en la cual usted ha tenido una interacción con el señor Montemayor?
Cuando hago mi trabajo de yarda, de cortar la yarda afuera, es cuando tengo más contacto con él.
Whenever I do yard maintenance outside, that's when I have the most contact with him.
Can you advise the court when there has been an interaction in which you believe warranted a complaint to management?
¿Puede decirle a este tribunal alguna vez que usted ha interactuado con el señor en la cual usted creyó o pensó que debería de interponer una queja con sus supervisores?
Cuando cuando he cortado la yarda, como uso mi máquina, él sale atrás de mí y pues yo tengo que parar mi trabajo por la razón de que pues tengo miedo de causarle algún daño con la herramienta, a lo que él se ríe y no hace caso. O sea, no me hace caso que se tiene que retirar en ese momento.
Translation, please.
Whenever I've been outside cutting the yard and I'm using my machinery and my tools, he comes out and then he places himself behind me and I have to stop. And I tell him that he needs to move away from me so that I can go ahead and continue my work without the possibility of injuring him. And he laughs and he doesn't heed to my cautions.
Is this type of interaction continuous?
¿Y este tipo de interacción es continua?
Normalmente sí.
Normally, yes.
Has this behavior caused you to complain to management?
¿Este tipo de acciones ha causado que usted se queje con sus supervisores?
Sí.
Yes.
Do you recall when you made a formal complaint to management about Mr. Alfredo Montemayor?
¿Usted recuerda cuando hizo usted una queja formal a sus supervisores sobre el señor Montemayor?
El año pasado, si no mal recuerdo, fue en febrero, por 20, creo por ahí,
Okay.
20 de febrero.
Around February 20th of last year, I believe.
Your Honor, at this time, I'd like to pull up case lines number 825.
Court staff will prompt.
Your Honor, excuse me, my computer doesn't have any access to your internet, and I meant to bring this up before. Is there anybody here who can help me join?
It's prompted on the screen, so you can see it all over the.
Okay, that's fine, it's fine.
Yeah.
Sorry about that.
No problem. Go ahead.
Your Honor, I would like to mark this exhibit 1. At Purchase 25 through 27.
I'm sorry, could you repeat those questions?
I'm sorry, A25 to A27.
Not 24.
No, 25.
Right. Request to mark 825 to 27 as exhibit 1. So done. So ordered.
Mr. Huerta, puede ver el documento. I'm sorry. I apologize.
Go ahead.
Habit of living in Laredo.
Go ahead.
Mr. Huerta, do you recognize that document that's posted on the screen?
Señor Huerta, ¿reconoce el documento que tiene delante de usted en la pantalla?
¿Y si lo miro?
If I see it,
Your Honor, I think that's number 24. If we can go one page down to 25. I apologize. I thought I had said 25. There we go. I apologize. I just want to correct the record. I'd asked for Ed Purchase A25.
A25 to A26 has been marked as exhibit 1. Go ahead.
Mr. Huerta, do you see that document titled Incident Report?
señor Huerta, ¿ve usted delante de la pantalla que está ahí este documento marcado como reporte de incidente?
Sí, sí lo miro.
Yes, I see it.
And you don't read English, correct?
Y usted no puede leer en inglés, ¿correcto?
Correcto, no puedo leer inglés. No, no sé.
Correct. I don't know how to read in English.
May I read it, Judge, and have it translated?
Subject to translation objection. Go ahead.
Date of incident, February 20th, 2025.
Día de incidente, 20 de febrero del 2025.
Mr. Huerta, you testify that you complained to management in February of 2025. Could this be the date that you made that complaint to management about Mr. Montemayor?
Señor Huerta, usted testificó que usted impuso una queja a su supervisor alrededor del 20 de febrero del 2025. ¿Esta fecha coincide con lo que usted testificó?
Sí.
Yes.
I'm going to read the description of the incident.
Voy a leer la descripción del incidente.
On February 20th, 2025, while maintenance staff member Joel was cutting the lawn outside,
El día 20 de febrero del 2025, mientras el miembro del equipo Joel estaba cortando la yarda afuera,
Mr. Montemayor interfered with his work.
el señor Montemayor interfirió con su trabajo.
Despite repeated requests in the past to remain indoors during lawn maintenance for safety reasons,
Aunque se le había hecho la petición en el pasado numerosas veces para permanecer dentro de su hogar durante el mantenimiento del césped por razones de seguridad,
due to potential flying debris or rocks,
debido a que podía volar algún tipo de roca o alguna otra cosa.
Mr. Montemayor remained outside while the work was being performed.
El señor Montemayor permaneció afuera durante el trabajo.
Mr. Montemayor began arguing with Joel.
El señor Montemayor empezó a argumentar con Joel,
Demanding that his property be cleaned before the work was completed.
demandando que la propiedad de él sea limpiada antes de que se terminara el trabajo.
He has also repeatedly called Joel names and disrespected him on multiple occasions, including during this incident.
Además de que él ha llamado a Joel por varios nombres y no ha sido respetuoso hacia él en múltiples ocasiones, incluyendo durante este incidente.
The court is going to stand at ease momentarily. Would you like to pause now or ask a question and then pause?
We can stop right now, Judge.
All right. The court will stand at ease until 1:15. Mr. Huerta, I'm going to release you at this time.
Señor Huerta, ¿usted está o tiene permiso de salir en este momento?
But you're to come back to court before 1:15.
Pero tiene que regresar a este tribunal a la 1:15.
I'm going to instruct you not to talk to any person about this case.
Le voy a instruir de que usted no hable con nadie sobre este caso.
Somebody tries to talk to you about this case, you need to let court security know.
Si alguien trata de hablar con usted sobre este caso, usted necesita hacerle saber a nuestra seguridad.
Do you have any questions, Mr. Huerta?
¿Alguna pregunta para el tribunal, señor Huerta?
No.
No.
All right, thank you. Always stand at ease till 1:15.
Sí, vamos a salirnos. ¿Por qué no?
Good afternoon. The time is now 1:15. This is the civil docket at Webb County Court at Law 2 for Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. The time is now 1:15. We're here on the matter of Father Ed Kircher Apartments versus Alfredo Montemayor Jr., cause number 2025 CBD 74L2. When last we left off, Plaintiff Kircher Apartments was in direct examination of its first witness, Mr. Huerta. Mr. Huerta, you may have a seat once more on the witness stand. Ms. Garcia, you may proceed.
Your Honor, if we could prompt again, petitioners 825.
Court staff will prompt.
Thank you. Mr. Webb, that when we first left, we read what was on this exhibit 825. Do you recall that?
Señor Huerta, antes de que nos fuéramos para la hora de la comida, ¿usted recuerda que hablamos sobre este documento y lo que decía en él?
Sí,
Yes.
What we read, was that a true and correct summary of the complaint you made to Father Ed Kircher Management on or about February 20th, 2025 against Mr. Montemayor?
Lo que leímos y lo que dictamos ante el récord es un resumen correcto y verdadero de lo que usted le dijo a sus supervisores de Fred Kircher Apartments, ¿correcto?
sí,
Yes.
Did the actions of Mr. Montemayor on February 20th, 2025 disrupt your ability to conduct your duties as a maintenance supervisor there?
Las acciones del señor Montemayor disrupieron sus habilidades de continuar con lo que usted tenía que hacer en los departamentos.
sí, sí, sí.
Yes, yes, yes.
Does his actions violate the house rules as far as you know?
Las acciones de él violan las reglas de la casa a su conocimiento.
Pues creo que sí, porque está interfiriendo en mi trabajo.
I believe so. He's interfering with my job.
Can we prompt, Your Honor, plaintiffs exhibits 26 and 27?
Court staff will prompt.
I'm sorry, 26. It's part of exhibit 1. I apologize. It's the next page. Page 26. Do you see this document?
¿Ve usted
Mr.
este documento, señor?
Perdón.
Excuse me.
Do you see this document that's on the screen?
¿Ve usted este documento que está en la pantalla frente a usted?
Sí,
Yes.
I will represent to you that these are the house rules for Father Ed Kircher Apartments as of 2025.
Le digo a usted que estos son las reglas de los departamentos o las reglas de la casa del 2025 para Father Ed Kircher Apartments.
And I want to go to number 16.
Y quiero que usted ponga su atención al número 16.
And I'm going to read. Tenants will allow management to perform project deferred maintenance programs such as fumigation, entry to their apartment for inspections of the apartment, repairs to the apartment such as remodeling, fumigation, and landscaping services that are being scheduled throughout the year and emergencies.
Y leo. Las personas que habitan permitirán a que se hagan los trabajos diferidos de mantenimiento y los programas de mantenimiento, así como fumigaciones, la entrada a los departamentos para inspecciones de los departamentos, reparaciones a los departamentos, así como remodelación, fumigación y para los cortes de césped y los servicios de cortes de césped que sean interpuestos en un calendario durante el año y en emergencias.
Did Mr. Montemayor, in your opinion, given your observations and interactions with him on February 20, 2025, violate rule number 16 in preventing you from conducting your landscaping duties?
En su opinión y de acuerdo a lo que usted observó, las acciones del señor Montemayor violaron la regla número 16 en cuanto a interferir a su trabajo.
Sí.
Yes.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Mr. Good afternoon, Mr. Huerta.
Buenas tardes, señor Huerta.
Buenas tardes.
How
Good
long
afternoon.
have you been working at those apartments?
¿Cuánto tiempo ha estado usted trabajando en esos departamentos?
3 años, 4 meses.
3 years and 4 months.
Are you licensed in any area of the maintenance? For example, are you a licensed electrician?
Objection, relevance?
He has testified that he inspects and maintains the inside of the apartments and the outside. And in doing some of the inside work, it is apparent that he also does work dealing with electrician and plumbing work. And if I can develop this argument, I can testify that, or my client will be testifying as to one of the complaints that he had brought up. For I would hate to just go ahead.
Any reply?
Judge, the testimony here is very pointed. The subject matter of this case is an eviction based on violations of the lease and house rules. Mr. Huerta testified nothing as to violations of plumbing, electricity. He testified that he complained to management specifically regarding a landscape event.
The objection is sustained. One more thing, folks, so that you know, we have a next docket commencing at 2. We're going to take announcements. This is going to continue to be the first case on the contested docket. So we'll continue right after the announcements at 2. And we'll hard stop at about 4:30, 4:40 today. And if necessary, we'll continue tomorrow afternoon.
Yes,
Ms. Canales, you may proceed.
Mr. Huerta, you testified about an incident that you're doing some yard work. And isn't it true that actually you were doing the yard work as it relates to that incident in February 2025? February 20, 2025. Isn't it true that that incident relates to work you were doing at the next door apartment, next door to Mr. Montemayor's house?
Señor, usted testificó.
Objection, relevance.
Relevance.
Actually, it's relevant. I mean, he was doing work at the next door's neighbor, and Mr. Montemayor was there, but he was not interfering with him.
All right, but you can ask that question, but overall, you can answer.
Señor, usted testificó de acuerdo al incidente que ocurrió el 20 de febrero. ¿Es acaso cierto o no que ese incidente que usted mencionó es referente a un trabajo que se estaba haciendo en el departamento de a un lado de donde vive el señor Montemayor?
Es en el lado de enfrente, tenemos un área que no es de nadie, no sé, es común para todos y esa la hago yo.
It was done in the front. It is an area that does not belong to any particular person. It is a common area, and that is the area I perform our work.
And isn't it true that at that time, Mr. Montemayor was outside, and when you asked him to go inside his own unit, you actually pointed a blow dryer to his face?
¿Y es acaso cierto o no que durante el tiempo que usted estaba haciendo ese trabajo, el señor Montemayor estaba afuera y en el momento en que usted le dijo a él que fuera a su propia unidad, que entrara a su unidad, usted puso un pedazo de mantenimiento?
No entiendo esa pregunta.
I don't understand that question.
we're dealing with the incident of February the 20th, 25. And there was an interaction. She went into the interaction between.
I'll give you some leeway, yeah, but just get there if there is a point overruled, you can answer.
Sorry, I will object to the interpretation, Judge.
Overruled. Let me hear the full interpretation.
Mr. Webb, isn't it true that during that episode on February 20th, 2025, you actually pointed and tried to drive your lawnmower toward Mr. Montemayor, blowing leaves toward him?
Señor, ¿es acaso cierto o no que usted en esa interacción puso su podadora hacia el señor Montemayor, hacia él, durante ese incidente cuando usted le dijo que fuera hacia su unidad?
No, puesto que yo cuando alguien se arrima, yo apago mi podadora.
No. When somebody comes near, I turn off my lawnmower.
You mentioned that that you did some work inside his house, Mr. Montemayor's house. Isn't it true that there was an incident where Mr. Montemayor refused to sign a receipt of a work order that relating to some work you had done in his apartment?
Objection, Your Honor, misquoting the witness, misstating facts and evidence, and irrelevant.
I didn't hear that in evidence, and maybe I missed it, but I didn't hear any work done. I heard outside. I guess sustained, but you can develop whatever is necessary. Go ahead, but that objection is sustained.
Isn't it true that you did have a conflict with Mr. Montemayor when you did some electrical repair work, and the conflict came about because Mr. Montemayor had to sign a form that identified you as a licensed person, and that's the reason why Mr. Montemayor did not sign, because he knew you were not a licensed electrician?
Objection, compound question, and objection, relevance.
Sustained. You can break it down or move on, either one.
Are you a licensed electrician, Mr. Huerta?
Señor Huerta, ¿es usted un eléctrico que tiene licencia?
Objection, relevance.
What is the relevance?
There was an incident. Well, let me go on to another question. Mr. Montemayor says that, isn't it true that Mr. Montemayor has had his own gardener for at least the last 5 years, and you have not done any work in his yard?
Objection, relevance.
Relevance.
This is really strange. You know, you're testifying about the communication that you have with Mr. Montemayor while you do lawn work and yard work at his place. And I'm asking you whether isn't it true that actually Mr. Montemayor has done has hired his own yardmen, and you have had no contact with him regarding yard work for the last 5 years.
Your Honor, the relevance. He testified as to a specific incident, and whether or not Mr. Montemayor has a private gardener for his area is not relevant to the facts that we're trying to develop for an eviction.
The objection is sustained. Next question.
Mr. Huerta, you mentioned that there was an exchange of foul language, that Mr. Montemayor used some foul language towards you. Can you tell me what words he used?
Señor Montemayor, usted dijo que, de nuevo, señor Huerta, usted dijo que el señor Montemayor utilizó lenguaje,
Foul language.
lenguaje colorido, lenguaje malo hacia usted. ¿Podría decirnos cuáles fueron las palabras que él le dijo a usted?
Al momento que yo le digo que no puede estar cerca de mí por cuestiones de seguridad, él me refirió que eran, ¿lo puedo decir?
At the moment that I told him that he cannot go near me due to security reasons, he told me that I was, may I say this?
Yes.
Adelante.
Me dijo que era un pinche pendejo y fue lo que me dijo.
Pendejo, what's the translation of fool?
He told me that I was
Can we agree that pendejo means a fool?
podemos acordar que pendejo significa que usted es una persona que no lo sabe todo.
Objection, misconstruing the interpretation, Judge. If we're gonna take a Mexican colloquialism, I think we can agree that there's an expletive ahead of pendejo. And that is certainly not a nice word. So if we're going to have an acknowledgement with regard to any translation, we have to have a translation toward the whole interpretation, the whole phrase.
It's just a literal translation, Your Honor. There's nothing to it. I mean, he's testifying that he was called a pendejo, and I'm just trying to get some kind of agreement that pendejo means a fool.
I think a pinche pendejo means a fucking asshole.
He
No
did say
offense.
that.
But in Argentina, pendejo means kid. So it depends on why don't we ask Mr. Webb how
Let's do
he
this
accepted it.
because the person here that is translating is Ms. Rodriguez. Ms. Rodriguez, tell us what the interpretation of those two words are, and then we can hear objections if there are any. Go ahead.
Fucking idiot.
Ms. Canales, any objection?
Yes, fine. It's
Any objection?
To the whole phrase fucking idiot, I agree, and no objection to that translation.
That translation stands on the record without objection. Ms. Canales, your next question.
when Mr. Montemayor said those and maybe other words to you, Mr. Webb, did you get sick?
Objection, relevance.
I mean, they're testifying that Mr. Montemayor engaged in misconduct that led to that became a threat to the health and well-being of the tenants and the people who work there. I'm trying to establish whether he was affected by those words.
Your Honor, the House rule speaks for itself.
No.
And
Let me ask you this. Since and this is going to be the question in every single objection on one side and the other. If the answer is yes, does that change the legal outcome in this case?
Is that what I'm sorry?
Does it change the legal outcome? In other words, if this witness testifies that he was or was not affected, does that move the legal needle at all?
If he doesn't testify that he had to go to a doctor, then he wasn't affected by whatever language Mr. Montemayor used against him. So if he didn't go anywhere to get treatment because he got sick, he vomited, whatever, then that's fine. We can, I guess, agree that he was not affected then.
My question is because the objection is relevance and the court's question to flesh this out, this and every other question and objection is, if this witness testifies that he was affected, and if he testifies that he wasn't affected, does that change the court's and legal outcome?
Yes, Your Honor.
Tell me how.
If my client's alleged misconduct leads a witness to have to go to, makes him have to go to a doctor or a hospital for treatment, then my client can be seen as being a threat to the health and well-being of the people who live in that complex. If they cannot prove that he was harmful toward anybody, then there was no violation.
Same question, Ms. Garcia. Does the outcome of that question have any legal bearing? And if so, what is it?
no, what we need to prove, Judge, is that the repeated minor violations of the rental agreement that disrupt the livability of this project, adversely affect the health or safety of any person or the right of a tenant to the quiet enjoyment of the leased premises and related projects, interference with the management of the project, or have an adverse financial effect on the project.
All right.
That is the standard that we're meeting.
The objection is overruled. I mean, excuse me, the objection to relevance is sustained. Next question.
I pass the witness, Your Honor.
Anything in redirect?
One last question. Mr. Huerta, did Mr. Montemayor's actions on February 20th, 2025 interfere with your duties in performing landscape services?
Leading question, I object. She's given him the answer.
Sustained.
Mr. Huerta, how did Mr. Montemayor's actions on February 20th, 2025 interfere with your duties?
Señor Huerta, ¿cómo es que las acciones del señor el día 20 de febrero de 2025 interfirieron con sus responsabilidades?
En la manera de que cuando él está afuera y no se mueve, tengo que cambiarme de lugar a otra parte y luego volver a regresar para atrás. A veces puedo y a veces no puedo regresar para atrás. Entonces, en esa manera, a veces no termino mi trabajo ahí en esa parte.
Whenever he is outside and he does not move when I ask him to move, I have to change the place where I'm doing my duties. And then I have to come back. And that's if I have a chance to come back. And I cannot fulfill or finish my duties.
Ask the witness.
How often does that happen? That you have to move to another location to do some work?
Objection vague?
You testified that every time Mr. Montemayor is outside his house and he gets in your way, that you have to switch locations where you do your yard work and you have to switch somewhere else and then come back. And you're saying that affects your job.
Objection, misquoting the witness. The witness stated that on this particular day.
It was a statement, but the court will allow a question. Go ahead.
Can you tell us how often that happened?
¿Nos puede decir usted, señor, qué tan seguido ocurre eso?
I'm going to object with regard to specificity. Is she asking about how often that happened with Mr. Montemayor or in general?
Actually, how often did you have to switch work locations because Mr. Montemayor was outside his yard?
Objection. She's referring to, I think she's trying to refer to his statement. Again, his testimony was that on that particular day, Mr. Montemayor was following him, interfering with his ability to do his landscape. He asked him to move inside to his apartment. He was not at his apartment. He was in a common area, is the testimony.
Overruled translation, and then we'll hear an answer.
I have no questions, Your Honor.
Usted dijo que cada vez que el señor Montemayor estaba fuera de su casa o departamento, usted tenía que cambiar de un lugar a otro. ¿Cuántas veces sucede eso?
Es continuo, casi eso, casi siempre pasa.
It's continuous. It's continuous. It happens almost all the time.
Any other questions, Ms. Canales?
No, Your Honor.
Anything on any other questions?
No, sir.
Mr. Huerta, you may step down.
Señor Huerta, puede bajar del estrado.
Gracias.
Thank you.
Ms. Garcia, who is your next witness?
Jose Luis Mata, sir.
Jose Luis Mata, please. Ms. Garcia, Ms. Canales, I don't know what your witnesses are going to testify to, but given our time constraints, just if it's repetitive, perhaps you can just stipulate that it's going to be duplicative testimony. Remind the court, Ms. Garcia, does Mr. Mata require Spanish language interpretation?
Yes, sir.
Right. Mr. Mata, please have a seat here to my right, the witness stand. Translation.
Señor Mata, por favor, tome lugar aquí en el estrado del testigo.
The lawyers will be asking you some questions.
Los abogados le harán ciertas preguntas.
And just listen to the full question before and the translation before you answer.
Escuche la pregunta antes y la traducción de la pregunta antes de que usted responda.
If you hear one of the lawyers object, pause your answer. I'll let you know if you can respond.
Si usted escucha a uno de los abogados objecionar, entonces tome una pausa y yo le daré la instrucción si es que usted puede contestar o no.
Ms. Garcia.
Mr. Mata, can you please state your full name for the record?
Señor Mata, ¿puede decir su nombre completo para el récord?
A ver, ¿puede repetir la pregunta, por favor?
Can you please repeat the question?
Yes, can you just tell the judge what your full name is?
¿Le puede decir al juez cuál es su nombre completo?
Mi nombre completo es José Luis Mata.
My complete name is José Luis Mata.
And where do you live today?
¿Dónde vive usted el día de hoy?
1406, calle del Norte, apartamento 110.
1406, Calle del Norte, apartment 110.
Is this the Father Ed Kircher apartment complex?
¿Y este es el complejo de departamentos Father Ed Kircher?
Sí.
Yes.
How long have you lived there?
¿Cuánto tiempo ha vivido usted ahí?
Pues cerca de 20 años, más o menos.
Around 20 years, more or less.
And who lives with you?
¿Quién vive con usted?
Mi esposa.
My wife.
And she's present today to testify as well, correct?
Y ella está aquí presente para testificar también, ¿correcto?
No entendí muy bien.
I didn't understand.
Your wife is here today at the courthouse in order to give testimony just as you are, correct?
Su esposa está aquí también en
Sí.
el tribunal para testificar, ¿correcto?
Sí, aquí se encuentra.
Yes, she is here.
How do you know Mr. Alfredo Montemayor who's sitting in this courtroom today?
¿Cómo conoce usted al señor Alfredo Montemayor, la persona que está aquí sentada en el tribunal?
Ahí lo conocí en los apartamentos.
I met him there at the apartments.
Is his apartment close to yours?
¿El departamento de él está cerca al de usted?
Sí, está enseguida.
Yes, next to it.
Have you reported him to management in the past?
¿Usted lo ha reportado a él, a los supervisores de los departamentos en el pasado?
Objection.
Sí, sí.
Ah,
lo he
pues,
Question.
What is the objection? What is the
His
objection?
objection, she's asking him about when he's complained. I mean, we want to know
I'm asking,
What's the objection?
whether he did complain or not, but you know, she's not she's leading the question at I'm sorry. She's leading him to answer the way she wants him by asking him how many complaints have you had or when have you complained? Like, how do we know that that's what he's going to testify about?
I don't know, but I don't think that was the question. Translate overruled translation, and you may answer.
Puede contestar, señor.
¿Cuál es la pregunta?
What was the question?
my question was, have you reported Mr. Alfredo Montemayor to management in the past?
Mi pregunta fue, ¿usted ha reportado al señor Montemayor a la administración de los departamentos en el pasado?
Sí, sí lo he reportado.
Yes, I have reported him.
I'd like to ask the court to bring up, pages 34, plaintiffs A34, please.
Court staff will prompt.
And I will mark this exhibit 2. Right there. Mr. Mata, I'm going to direct you to the screen. Do you see the TV screen over here to your left?
Señor Mata, le voy a dar instrucciones de que vea la pantalla. ¿Puede ver la pantalla a la izquierda? O si no, debajo de usted hay una pantalla con...
Sí, sí la puedo ver.
Yes, I can see it.
Can we scroll down so that he can see it completely? Mr. Mata, I'm having them scroll down so you can look at it and be able to tell me whether or not you recognize it.
Señor Mata, estoy pidiéndole a el personal del tribunal que guíe la página para que usted la pueda ver de manera completa. ¿Puede verla?
Aquí, en este,
Here?
es que no puedo verla porque no traigo lentes. No, se me olvidaron mis lentes.
I forgot my glasses. I can't see it.
May I approach the witness, Judge?
You may.
Sí, aquí en esta pantalla. I'm sorry. Mr. Mata, here on this screen in front of you. Do you recognize that letter? Are you
Sí.
able to see it?
Señor Mata, aquí en esta pantalla que está frente a usted, ¿puede usted reconocer esta carta? ¿Puede reconocerla?
Sí la reconozco y
Okay, can we go to the top of the page, please?
Translation.
Yes, I do recognize it.
On the top of this page, do you see a date?
Aquí, arriba, ¿ve usted una fecha?
sí, sí la veo.
Yes, I see it.
Do you need to read this letter in order to refresh your memory? Is this, well, let me change that, Judge. Who wrote this letter?
¿Quién escribió esta carta?
Esta carta la escribió mi esposa. Bueno, mi esposa.
This letter was written by my wife.
Can you please read it?
¿Puede leerla?
¿Cómo?
Excuse me?
Please read it. And if the court may guide him to be able to read it, please, to
Por
scroll down.
favor, léala.
Dice ayer, día lunes 16 de enero del 2023, el vecino de enseguida,
Objection, Your Honor.
señor
What
Montemayor.
is the objection?
He testified that his wife wrote that letter. So I'm kind of confused as to why he's being asked to read it if she's a witness in the court in this case, and she can always testify to this letter, because after all, she wrote it. He did not write it.
I haven't started to lay the predicate to ask for it to be admitted into evidence, but if I'm allowed for him to read it, he will be able to testify whether or not the contents of that letter match what he's going to testify about today.
Overruled. We'll continue. Go ahead.
Can he start from the beginning, please?
Por favor, lea desde el principio.
Dice ayer, día lunes 16 de enero del 2023, el vecino de enseguida, señor Montemayor, cortó de su propiedad hierba seca y la tiró al lado nuestro. Pedazo de carnicito a las 6 de la mañana.
Can we have a translation, please?
It states, yesterday, Monday, January 16th, 2023, our next door neighbor, Mr. Montemayor, cut from his property a piece of dry grass and threw it over to our side in our garden.
The translation's not completed, Judge.
Sustained.
If I may, the remaining statement said at 6 a.m.
A las
Any
6.
Any objection to that?
I'm sorry. I was conferring to my client.
Ms. Garcia translated the time stated in the letter. Any objection to that? That it says 6 a.m.
You know, I'm really. Could you ask the question again? I'm sorry, I just.
The last portion that Mr. Mata testified to was that the letter said this happened at 6 a.m. That was translated by Ms. Garcia. Any objection to that?
No, Your Honor.
All right. It's stated as such on the record. Mr. Mata, go ahead.
Continúe, señor Mata.
Entonces dice, pone el radio demasiado alto, se pone a regar y avienta agua a la ventana donde vivimos. Y es mucha presión emocional para nosotros. Queremos estar en paz hoy. Hoy se puso a soplar las hojas y las aventó para el lado nuestro. Así estamos día a día sin saber qué otra cosa está planeando hacer. Pedimos su atención y comprensión. Pido de favor.
Translation, please.
Please scroll up. Scroll up. And then it continues. He puts the radio with a high volume. Then he starts watering and he throws water towards our window where we live. It's too much emotional pressure for us. We want to be at peace. Today, he started blowing the leaves and he threw them towards our side. And that's how it is day in and day out, without knowing what else he's planning to do. We ask for your attention and comprehension.
Mr. Mata, is what you read your recollection of the events that occurred on January 16th, 2023 with Mr. Montemayor?
Señor Mata, lo que usted leyó es lo que usted recuerda que fue lo que sucedió el día 16 de enero del 2023.
Es que al parecer aquí continúa la carta más abajo, pero ya no apareció nada.
I believe that there's more to the letter further down, but there's nothing more.
From what you read so far, is that your recollection of what happened on January 16th, 2023 with Mr. Montemayor?
De lo que usted ha leído hasta este momento, ¿recuerda usted que eso es los eventos que sucedieron en o alrededor del 16 de enero del 2023 con el señor Montemayor?
Pues es que en realidad nos ha hecho mucho daño el Señor. Y a diario, yo esperé estos momentos, tengo aproximadamente 5 años esperando el momento, a ver si el Señor cambiaba de su manera de ser. Pero pues desafortunadamente no cambia, no quiere cambiar.
Please.
In
No se-
reality, he's been causing too much damage, daily damage. I've been waiting for this day. It's been 5 years, And I was hoping that Mr. Montemayor would change, but he hasn't. He hasn't changed at all.
Can you describe for the judge what you remember happened on January 16th, 2023?
¿Le puede describir a usted al señor juez lo que usted recuerda que sucedió el día 16 de enero del 2023?
Pues salí yo a checar mi carro porque estaba batallando para poder prender mi carro, que encendiera mi carro. Y entraba y salía y el señor Montemayor comenzó a regar. Y entonces un momento en que yo descansé un rato ahí en unos barandales que tenemos ahí, con la manguera me, 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 me mojó toda la espalda y me dio mucho coraje. Inmediatamente fui a, a hablar con mi manager, con la secretaria encargada.
Translation, please.
I was going out to check my car because I was having issues with it turning on, and I was going in and out. And then Mr. Montemayor started watering his area. And that's when I took a brief break right there in a small area. And that's when he took the water hose and he watered all of my back. And I was livid. That's when I went to the management. That's when I went to the secretary.
When did this happen?
¿Cuándo sucedió eso?
Parece que bueno, estoy casi seguro que fue el 21 de julio del 2025, aproximadamente a las 2:30 de la tarde.
I believe it was around July 21st of 2025, approximately at 2:30 p.m.
How did this behavior by Mr. Montemayor affect your ability to enjoy living at Father Ed Kircher Apartments?
¿Cómo es que este comportamiento del señor Montemayor afectó la manera en que usted puede disfrutar de vivir en los departamentos Father Ed Kircher?
Pues todos los días vivo presionado, como si estuviera yo, pues no me siento libre, me siento como esclavo, me siento prisionero. Y hasta al grado de que mi esposa ya está enferma porque le agarró una crisis ya muy tremenda. No podemos sentir la libertad nosotros.
Translation, please.
Nos sentimos presionados los dos.
Translation.
I feel a great pressure. I feel like I am a slave, a prisoner, and my wife is now sick. She underwent a crisis. We feel enormous pressure, both of us.
How has Mr. Montemayor's continued presence at Father Ed Kircher Apartments affected the livability of the community?
¿Cómo es que la presencia del señor Montemayor en los departamentos ha afectado la manera en que la comunidad de los departamentos vive?
Pues ha afectado mucho que ha afectado a él. Demasiado. Una cosa exagerada.
Greatly. An exaggeration kind of way. It has affected in a great manner.
Have you had any other confrontations or issues with any other tenant at Father Ed Kircher Apartments?
¿Ha tenido usted confrontación con alguna otra persona en los departamentos Father Ed Kircher? Respuesta.
¿Me puede repetir la pregunta?
Could you please repeat the question?
Have you had any other problems with any other tenants other than Mr. Montemayor?
¿Ha tenido algún otro problema con alguna otra persona que viva en los departamentos, además
no.
del señor Montemayor?
No, el único problema es él. Todos los demás nos llevamos perfectamente bien. Todos los que vivimos ahí. Él es el problema.
Translation.
No, we all get along. He's the problem. He's the only problem. The rest of us, we all get along.
I pass the witness, Judge.
Cross-examination, Ms. Canales.
Mr. Mata, You testified that Mr. Montemayor's behavior has affected you a lot. In fact, it was exaggerated, I guess. That's how you described it. Can you tell me how it has affected you? How his behavior has affected you? Again, relying on January 17th or January 16th and 17th, 2023?
Objection vague, Judge, and I'm also going to object to the argumentative nature where she suggested that his testimony was exaggerated. And that
No,
should-
no, I'm sorry. My question is, how has you testified that Mr. Montemayor's behavior has affected you a lot. Me ha afectado mucho, exagerado, that it's been exaggerated, I guess. And so I'm asking you how you felt, and can you describe your feelings that made you testify to that? Testify to that matter.
Señor Mata, usted testificó que el señor Montemayor y su actitud del señor lo ha afectado a usted de gran manera, es más, de una manera exagerada. Y entonces mi pregunta es, ¿cómo es que usted se sentía? ¿Y puede usted describir cómo es que le ha afectado a usted?
Pues me ha afectado emocionalmente porque pues no vivo tranquilo, no me siento seguro. Yo lo que quiero es tranquilidad, quiero paz, vivir en una forma normal, tranquila, al lado de mi familia.
It has affected
Una
me
seguridad.
emotionally.
Quiero una
I don't
seguridad.
feel at peace. I don't feel safe. I want tranquility. I want peace. I want to lead a normal life with my family. I want security. I want to feel safe.
All right, Mr. Huerta, I'm going to ask that you step down and you can remain here in the audience section, or you can take a break outside as you wish.
Mr.
Yeah.
Mata.
Excuse me, Mr. Mata.
Señor Mata, le voy a pedir que por favor baje del estrado por un par de minutos. Usted puede quedarse dentro del tribunal o puede salir de nuevo al pasillo. De nuevo le instruiré que
I'm going to call cases and our bailiff will notify you when it's time to continue.
Thank you.
nuestro agente de seguridad le dirá a usted cuándo será tiempo de continuar con su testimonio.
Court at this time is admitting all persons in the virtual well now.
Break.
All persons in the virtual well having been admitted, we will commence this afternoon's docket. Good afternoon and welcome to Webb County Court at Law 2. I'm Victor Villarreal, judge of your Webb County Court at Law 2. This is the afternoon probate and civil docket for Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. The time is now 2:03. Court is now in session. Assisting us today are Cecia Rodriguez, court administrator, court reporter, and interpreter. Ms. Gloria Noriega is the court coordinator. Video conference co-hosts this afternoon include Mr. Lopez, Ms. Flores, Ms. Ramos, Ms. Cuellar, Ms. Hernandez, and Ms. Lozano. These proceedings are being electronically recorded. Everyone is instructed not to record any portion of these proceedings. Only a court reporter may provide the official record. As with all proceedings, violation of these instructions are subject to contempt hearings. If you're joining us online, you're instructed to act as though you were in court, because you are in court. The rule here is simple. If you would not do it in person, don't do it online. For example, do not operate a motor vehicle. There is no smoking, no chewing gum, wear appropriate clothing, and always exercise proper courtroom decorum. The court will now call the cases in the order of appearance of counsel, first those in person and then those online as measured by your login times. Ms. Noriega.
First in person is counsel Clara Lenese Garcia, page 1,
In the matter of Maria E. Martinez, cause number 2007, PB 669L2, court marks Ms. Garcia, present in person. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Elia Martinez, are you present?
No, my client's not present.
So noted. Counsel, what is the announcement?
We have filed the annual account for the period of June 2024 to June 2025. I am not e-filing any exhibits, but I'm uploading all of them to Case Lines because the ward is co-owner of various properties. She has mineral interests. There are rental amounts that are shared with third parties. So in order to preserve confidentiality, we're submitting them to the court, but not for public viewing, Judge.
I think that's the perfect way to do that. Fantastic. Court will review that and approve it as required if it's in due form. And then the next report is actually due
Yes,
June 29th at noon.
yes.
Alright.
I've prepped my client on exactly the form in which I need information provided, and so she's working on that.
Wonderful. All right. Any other cases for Ms. Garcia?
Page 4, number 8, Your Honor.
This is the estate of Maria Angelica B. Sandoval, also known as Maria Valdez Sandoval, Maria A. Sandoval, cause number 2026 PB 99L2. Court marks Ms. Garcia present in person. Speak into the microphone, please. Step up to the lower bench. Pull the microphone as close to your mouth as possible and tell the court, are you Patricia Sandoval?
Yes, I am.
Welcome to court, Ms. Sandoval. The court marks you present in person. The person to your left is your lawyer. Is there any other person present on this case? So noted. Ms. Garcia, what is the announcement?
Your Honor, this is an application of probate will as a muniment of title. I believe all the prerequisites have been made, and if I may, have my client sworn in so I can get testimony from her.
Ms. Sandoval, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this cause will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, sir.
You may lower your hand. Ms. Garcia, go ahead.
Thank you. Ms. Sandoval, is your full name Patricia R. Sandoval?
Patricia Adriana.
Okay, and you are the applicant in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And the decedent, your mom had variations of her name, correct?
Correct.
That's why we filed with various, also known as, correct?
Yes.
We will call her Maria Angelica Sandoval, okay? And the decedent passed away. Can you tell us when she passed away?
December 23rd, 2022.
Yes. And she was a resident of Webb County, correct?
Correct.
And she had property located in Webb County, correct?
Correct.
And she was 80 years old at the time of her death, correct?
Correct.
And the estate that she had included basically one property, and that was her homestead, located at 603 Allende Street, correct?
Correct.
Now, you did investigate her affairs, and you did find that she did not owe any debts at the time of her death, correct?
Correct.
And prior to her death, she did not receive Medicaid benefits.
Correct.
And she did leave a valid will, though it stated August 1st, 2019, which was never revoked.
Correct.
You agree with that?
Yes.
And it was self-proved, having two witnesses, Blanca E. Mata and Lamar Perez.
Correct.
Now, that will did name your sister, Lisa Anna Giddens, as the independent executor, correct?
Correct.
So before we came to court, we did ask her to sign a waiver of service because she was named independent executor, and she did sign it, and it is on file with court. Is that correct?
Correct.
Now, after your mom made this will, she didn't have any other children born or adopted, correct?
Correct.
Obviously.
Mhm.
And no marriage of hers was ever dissolved after the will in 2019 was signed, correct?
Correct.
And she did not name any state, government agency of the state, or charitable organization as a beneficiary of her will. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so you're asking the court to probate, and no administration is necessary, correct?
Correct.
And so you're asking the court to probate the will as a muniment of title.
Correct.
Thank you. And so at this time, Judge, I'd like the court to take judicial notice of all the items on file, including the original will, the death certificate, the waiver of service by the independent executor, Ms. Giddens. I'd also like the court to find that it has jurisdiction over this probate matter, as the decedent was a resident of Webb County at the time of her death and has real property located in this county, Judge, and finds that no administration is necessary, and that admitting the will to probate as a muniment of title is proper at this time.
Ms. Sandoval, in the case of your mother, cause number 2026 PB 99L2, the court at this time finds that it has jurisdiction, meaning this is the proper court forum and venue to consider this request. The court finds that your mother passed away on the 23rd day of December 2022 at the age of 80, having left a valid, self-proven, and executed will that was never revoked. The court finds that there is no necessity to administer her estate. The court hereby takes judicial notice of the entire case file, which includes your mother's original death certificate, her original will, the citation by posting, the waiver that was filed by the appointed or designated independent executor. The court finds that you have complied with all of the requirements necessary for the court to grant your request. The court finds that it is good, right, and just. The court hereby grants your request and admits your mother's will into probate as amendment of title. The court has received, reviewed, and considered the proposed order that was filed by your lawyer. It is in due form. I have signed it, and I am tendering the original to the clerk's office.
Thank you.
If I may, Your Honor,
Yes.
for the record, the proof of death was just filed, and it's been executed. Yes.
It's been executed and the original tendered to the clerk's office. All right. Anything pending?
No, sir.
All right.
Thank
Ms. Sandoval, you have the court's condolences. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Likewise.
I think that's all I have other than my continuing contested matter.
Okay. Thank you.
Next online is Council Brenda Anderson, page 2, number 4.
This is in the estate of Jesus Galvan, cause number 2025 PB 470L2. Good afternoon, Ms. Anderson.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Court martial present, you're participating by video conference. Are you Belinda Galvan? Ms. Galvan, I'm going to ask that you unmute your device. There is an unmute button at the bottom left of your screen. Please. Yes.
Can you hear me?
I can now. Are you Belinda Galvan?
I am Belinda Galvan.
Welcome to court, Ms. Galvan. The court marks you present. You're participating by video conference. As you can see and hear from your device, your lawyer is also present and participating by video conference. Ms. Anderson, what is the announcement?
Your Honor, we're here to probate the will. We're here on an application to probate her father's will. So we're ready to proceed. I think everything has been filed.
I think you're right. The court reviewed this case. Nothing pending, correct, Ms. Noriega?
For just the execution of the oath, Your Honor.
Right.
And the proof of death.
All right. Ms. Galvan, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this cause will be the truth? So help you God?
I do.
You may lower your hand. Ms. Anderson, go ahead.
Ms. Galvan, can you please state your full name for the record?
My full name is Belinda Galvan.
And you are the applicant in this case, seeking to probate the will of Jesus A. Galvan. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And how is Jesus A. Galvan related to you?
He is my dad. He is my father.
Okay. And he died on or about August 8 of 2024 in Laredo, Webb County, Texas, at the age of 78. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And your father was domiciled at the time of his death here in Laredo, Webb County, Texas. Is that true?
That is true.
And he also owned property, real estate, and of a probable value in excess of $100,000. Is that true?
That is true.
And your father did leave a valid will dated November 9th, 2015, which was never revoked.
That is correct.
Okay, and a necessity exists for the administration of the estate. Is that true?
Yes, that is true.
And after the date of the will, no child was born to or adopted by decedent?
That is correct.
And no marriage of the decedent was ever dissolved after the will was made?
That is also correct.
Okay. Your father did not name an executor in his will. However, the distributees have agreed that you should be appointed an independent administrator to serve without bond. Is that true?
That is true.
You and your two sisters, Brenda Elizabeth Llanos and Betty Jo Galvan, are the distributees of the will. Is that true?
That is true.
And both your sisters have filed a consent to your application for independent administration, as well as a waiver of notice.
That
And
is
those have
true.
been filed with the court. Is that true?
That is true.
And Ms. Galvan, you have not been convicted of any felony or are otherwise disqualified to serve as executor in this case.
That is true.
and no state governmental agency of the state or charitable organization is named by the will as a devisee. Is that true?
That is true.
And the will was made self-proved by two subscribing witnesses to the will, which were Pablo Galvan and Rosa M. Galvan. Is that correct?
That is true. That is correct.
Okay, so you're asking this court to accept your application to probate your dad's will and to issue letters of administration to you as independent administrator?
That is correct.
Nothing further, Your Honor. We do ask that the court take judicial notice of all the records on file. We did file two distributees consents. One by each of the distributees, and where they hereby consent to my client be appointed independent administrator to serve without bond, and where they also served, they waived service in this case. We did file the proof of death. I did notice that the clerk's notes say that it's not executed, but I'm pretty sure we did file the executed form. So if the court could just check, to see that the executed proof of death is on file, because we did file that.
I have a signed copy, which means it was
Okay.
filed. Is there any different information
Yes.
from the clerk's office? Oh. Oh, I see. It's on file. It's not file marked until after I pronounce and render. All right, well
Okay.
taken. Ms. Galvan, in your father's case, cause number 2025 PB 470L2, the court at this time finds that it has jurisdiction over this case, meaning this is the proper court form and venue to consider your request. The court hereby takes judicial notice of the entire case file, which includes your father's original death certificate, the original will, citation by posting, and the waivers both of Betty Jo Galvan and Brenda Elizabeth Llanos. The court finds that your father passed away on the 8th day of August 2024 at the age of 78, having left a valid, executed, and unrevoked will dated December 9th, 2015. The court finds that there were no children born, adopted, or expected of your father after the execution of the will. Neither did that will leave any state or charity or any charitable organization as devisees. The court finds that there is a necessity to administer your father's estate. The court finds that you are qualified and you're not disqualified from serving. The court hereby admits your father's will into probate and will cause letters of testamentary to be issued out to you. The court has received, reviewed, and considered the order filed by your lawyer admitting your father's will into probate. It is in due form. The court has signed it, and the court is tendering the original to the clerk's office. So now the inventory is due on or before.
July 14th at 2 p.m.
All right, anything pending?
Just the oath.
All right, file that as soon as possible.
Yes,
Ms.
Judge.
Galvan, the court has granted your request in full. Do you have any questions for the court?
I do not, Judge. Thank you very much for your time and attention.
Sure, Ms. Galvan, you and your family have the court's condolences. Take care.
Thank you so much.
1 second.
Was there a bond assessed? I don't know if.
There wasn't because there were
Okay,
waivers.
thank you.
So noted, yes. Ms. Galvan, have a good day.
Thank
Any
you.
other
You do the same.
Thank you. Any other
Thank you,
cases for Ms.
Judge.
Anderson?
Sure.
Good to see you, Ms. Anderson. Have a good day.
Second
Thank you,
online,
you too, Judge.
Robert Saldana, page 3, number 7.
That is the estate of Robert De Leon, cause number 2026 PB 710L2. Good afternoon, Mr. Saldana.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. How are you doing?
Very good. Thank you. Court marks you present. You're participating by video conference. Is this your client, Ms. Quiroz, to your right?
Yes, this is the applicant, Maribel Quiroz, also known as Maribel De Leon.
Welcome to court, Ms. Quiroz. The court marks you present, participating by video conference from the office of your lawyer. Mr. Saldana, what is the announcement?
Your Honor, we're here on the application to probate the will and for issuance of letters testamentary in the estate of Roberto De Leon.
The court sees that this case, the court's review shows that this case is ready to be heard. Ms. Quiroz, would you raise your right hand? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this cause will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may lower your hand. Mr. Saldana, go ahead.
Mrs. De Leon, are you the applicant in this probate proceeding?
Yes.
And Mr. De Leon died on January 5th, 2026 in San Antonio, Bexar County, Texas, correct?
Yes,
And you were married to Mr. De Leon at the time of his death, correct?
yes,
And at the time of his death, Mr. De Leon was domiciled in Webb County, Texas, and had a fixed place of residence in Webb County, Texas, correct?
yes,
And less than 4 years have passed since the date of his death, correct?
correct,
And Mr. De Leon left a written will dated November 2nd, 2020, correct?
correct,
And to the best of your knowledge, that will was never revoked, correct?
correct,
And the will filed with the court is the original last will and testament of Mr. De Leon, correct?
correct,
And the will is self-proved, is that correct?
correct,
And there is a need for administration of this estate, is that correct?
correct,
And after the date of the will, no child was born to or adopted by Mr. De Leon, correct?
correct,
And no marriage of Mr. De Leon was ever dissolved after the will was signed, correct?
correct,
And no state, governmental agency of the state, or charitable organization is named in the will as a devisee, correct?
correct,
And the will names you, Maribel Quiroz, also known as Maribel De Leon, to serve as the independent executor, is that correct?
correct,
And you are willing to serve as such?
yes,
And you have not been convicted of a felony, is that correct?
correct,
And you are not otherwise disqualified from serving as the executor, correct?
correct,
And at the time of his death, Mr. De Leon owned property of a probable value in excess of $100,000, is that correct?
correct. And that's 3 years.
Your Honor, I believe we've have filed everything that's needed to be filed, proof of death, the draft of the order, the original will, and the death certificate. So we offer the will and the self-proving affidavit already on file, along with the application and proof of death and other facts, and ask that the court admit the will to probate and issue letters testamentary to Maribel Quiroz as independent executor without bond.
Ms. Quiroz, in the case of your husband, cause number 2026 PB 710L2, the court at this time finds that it has jurisdiction over your case, meaning this is the proper court forum and venue to consider admitting your husband's will into probate. The court hereby takes judicial notice of the entire case file, which includes your husband's original death certificate, his original will, the citation by posting, and all other contents and documents. The court finds that your father passed away on the 5th day of January 2026 in Bexar County, having left a valid, unrevoked, self-proved will dated November 2nd, 2020. The court finds that no child was born, adopted, or expected after the execution of that will. It wasn't changed or modified in any manner. There was no marriage that was revoked after its execution. The court finds that the state of Texas, no other state or no other charitable organization were named in the will as devisees. The court finds that there is, in fact, a necessity to administer your husband's estate. The court finds that you are qualified and you're not disqualified from serving. For all of these reasons, the court hereby grants your request, admits your husband's will into probate, and will cause letters of testamentary to be issued out to you as independent executor. These are the orders of the court. The court has received, reviewed, and considered the order that was filed by your lawyer. It is in due form. I have signed it. The inventory in your husband's case is due on or before.
That's August 4th at 2 p.m.
And so the only thing left for you to do is to sign an oath. Your lawyer will prepare that and file that with the court. Ms. Quiroz, do you have any questions for the court?
No, I don't.
The court has granted your request in full. Your inventory is due on August the 4th. You have the court's condolences.
Thank you.
Any other cases for Mr. Saldaña?
That's all, Judge. Thank you very much. May I be excused?
Yes, sir. Have a good day.
Okay,
Next
thank
up-
you, Judge.
So Bruce Ward, page 3, number 6.
This is the estate of Mei Wei Yang, cause number 2026 PB74L2. Good afternoon, Mr. Warstack.
Good afternoon, Judge. How are you today?
Very good. Thank you. The court marks you present by video conference. Is this your client, Mr. Yang, to your left?
Yes, it is, Judge.
Yes.
Welcome to court, Mr. Yang. The court marks you present by video conference from the office of your lawyer counsel. What is the announcement?
Judge, we're here on an application to probate will and issuance of letters testamentary. Everything's been filed and we're ready to proceed.
Mr. Yang, would you raise your right hand, please? Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this cause will be the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may lower your hand. Mr. Warstack, you may proceed.
State your full name.
My name's Kao Xin Yang.
And are you also known as Danny Yang?
Yes.
And are you the applicant in this proceeding?
Yes.
And what was your relationship to the decedent, Mei Chi Wei Yang?
She's my mom.
And did the decedent die on September 29th, 2025 in Laredo, Webb County, Texas?
Yes,
The date of the decedent's death was obviously less than 4 years ago, correct?
yes,
And was the decedent a resident of Webb County, Texas at the time of her death?
yes,
And the will, you filed the original will of the decedent in this proceeding, correct?
yes,
And is the will dated July 25th, 2014 and is self-proved?
yes,
Is it true that the decedent never revoked this will?
yes,
Is there a necessity for administration of this estate?
yes,
After the date of the will, were any children born to or adopted by the decedent?
no,
And was the decedent divorced after the date of the will?
no,
Does the will appoint you as independent executor to serve without bond?
yes,
And are you qualified to serve as independent executor and to accept letters testamentary?
yes,
It is true that the will does not name the state of Texas, a governmental agency of the state of Texas, or a charitable organization as a devicee, correct?
yes.
That's all the evidence we have, Your Honor.
Mr. Yang, in your mother's case, cause number 2026 PB7 4L2, the court at this time finds that it has jurisdiction, meaning this is the proper court form and venue to consider admitting your mother's will into probate. The court hereby takes judicial notice of the entire case file, which includes your mother's original death certificate, her original will, the citation by posting, the supplement of the application that was filed, and all other contents and documents in this case file. The court finds that your mother passed away, unfortunately, on the 29th day of September 2025, and she left a valid, execute, self-proven, and unrevoked will dated July 25th, 2014. The court finds that no children were born, adopted, or were expected after the execution of that will. The court finds that no marriage was dissolved. The court finds that she did not name the state of Texas or any charitable organization as devisees. The court finds that there is a necessity to administer your mother's estate. And the court also finds that you are qualified and you are not disqualified from serving. For all of these reasons, the court finds that you have met all of the requirements necessary for the court to grant your request. The court hereby grants your request, admits your mother's will into probate, appoints you as independent executor, and will cause letters of testamentary to be issued out to you. The inventory on your mother's case is due on or before.
August 4th at 2 p.m.
The only thing left pending would be the execution of your oath. Sign it with your lawyer, and he will file that with the court. Mr. Yang, do you have any questions for the court?
No, I don't.
Anything else on this case, Mr. Warstack?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Yang, you have the court's condolences. I wish you and your family well. Mr. Warstack, it's good to see you.
Likewise, Judge.
Thank you.
May be excused.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Next on line is Counsel Gabriela Garcia, page 2, number 5.
This is the estate of Javier Jesus Trevino Sr., cause number 2025 PB525L2. Good afternoon, Ms. Garcia.
Good afternoon.
Court martial present and participating by video conference. Good afternoon, Ms. Santos.
Good afternoon, Judge.
Good. Court martial present and also participating by video conference. Good to see you both. Cristina Michelle Mendez, are you present?
She is not, Judge. She is my client. She is a daughter of the decedent and the applicant in this case. Judge, we recently filed a motion for continuance of the hearing, given that we recently filed a second amended application, and we're in the process of providing notice by posting and publication and allowing the 10 days to lapse so that we can then reset it for hearing at that time, Judge.
Well taken for all of those reasons. The court has now received, reviewed, and considered that motion for continuance. It was filed on the 17th at 5:18. Remind the court, Ms. Santos, how much time are you requesting?
Judge, we have been working with all the heirs in this case, and we've reached good agreement. So we're all in agreement that Ms. Maricela Rangel would be appointed as a dependent administrator in the case. And then certainly that item, Ms. Garcia would be filing her report. We don't anticipate any other heirs at this time. And so if it continues by agreement, Judge, I would anticipate less 20 to 30 minutes.
I apologize. It was my bad question. Are you requesting a setting in 20 days, 30 days, 60 days, 90 days?
Oh, sorry, Judge, I thought, as soon as we received the citations from the clerk for, that have been requested, and as soon as they're posted, we'll give it 10 days. So if the court can reset it for 20 days, that would be appreciated.
Very well. Give us a setting as close to 30 as possible, Ms. Noriega.
Your Honor, I would only have available June 9th at 9 a.m.
All right, so let's do several things. If you need an earlier setting, just file an advisory with the court making that request. There was another case, and it's not a companion case, it's an earlier filed case, 2022 PB 679L2. That's the guardianship case. Remind the court, Mr. Angel, were you involved in that case?
Yes, Your Honor. I'm still the guardian of the estate of Mr. Trevino. I was awaiting for determination as to what was going to happen in the probate to go ahead and close that up. I'm likely going to file, or actually amend the final account and information to close the guardianship and then transition into a dependent administration.
I think that's, I mean, unless the court hears information to the contrary, I think that's a good idea. So I tell you what, I'm going to set 3 cases for hearing at the same time. Obviously, every person that is interested can request earlier settings. But this case, the case the court called the estate case, 2025 PB5 25L2, is set for hearing on June the 9th at 9. I'm also scheduling the probate case, cause number 2022 PB6 79L2 for docket control on that date. And what the court anticipates is the necessity, right, is to conclude the guardianship and then transition into the probate. And I'm setting a 3rd case, I believe, Ms. Noriega, Ms. Flores, our court coordinators, is the family law case in this court?
If I may, Your Honor, that case was dismissed on March 19th, 2025.
Ah, very good. So we're just left with these 2
Wanted to
cases.
have that on record.
All right. Any objections to the court taking up considering the probate case for final hearing on June the 9th and the guardianship case for docket control, same date? Ms. Santos?
No, Judge, thank you very much.
Mr. Angel?
No, Your Honor, and I'll try to see if I can file any other documentation as necessary, Your Honor, just to ensure that there is a clean transition and a
Sure.
very smooth transition.
Court appreciates all of those efforts. Same question. Any objection, Ms. Garcia?
No objection here.
All right. I wish all persons well as you work through these matters. I look forward to hearing this case, unless you ask for an earlier setting on June the 9th at 9. Thank you, Ms. Santos, Ms. Garcia, and Ms. Rangel. I wish you all well.
Thank
Thank
you,
you, Your
Judge.
Honor.
May we be excused?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Next on line is Council Armando Chavarria, page 4, number 9.
The estate of Olivia Davalos Garcia, cause number 2026, PB9 14L2. Good afternoon, Mr. Chavarria.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. I believe my clients are in the waiting room.
Court marks you present. You're participating by video conference. Court is admitting device Guadalupe Garcia now. Ms. Guadalupe Garcia or Mr. Guadalupe Garcia, I'm going to ask that you unmute your device. Mr. Garcia, the court has called your case. The court is asking that you unmute your device and start your video. The court is making that request electronically now. Are you Guadalupe Garcia?
Your Honor, we're going to need an interpreter.
We'll begin Spanish language interpretation now. Are you Guadalupe Garcia?
¿Es usted Guadalupe García?
Sí, yo soy.
Yes, I am.
Welcome to court. The court marks you present by video conference from the office of your lawyer.
Bienvenido al tribunal. El tribunal le da la bienvenida desde la la oficina de su abogado.
Mr. Chavarria?
Yes, Your Honor. This is an application to probate a will as immuniment of title. The applicant is Guadalupe Arturo Garcia, but I do need an interpreter in order to prove up.
Mr. Garcia, would you raise your right hand?
Señor García, por favor, levante su mano derecha.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm that the testimony you will give in this cause will be the truth, so help you God?
¿Jura o afirma que el testimonio que dará ante esta causa será la verdad bajo el amparo de Dios?
Sí.
Yes.
You may lower your hand. Mr. Chavarria, go ahead.
Good afternoon, Mr. Garcia. Can you please state your name for the record?
Buenas tardes, señor García. Diga su nombre completo para el récord.
Guadalupe Arturo García González.
Guadalupe Arturo García González.
And what was your relationship to the decedent, Mr. Garcia?
¿Y cuál era su relación con la persona fallecida, señor García?
Bueno,
¿Y qué relación tenía con la señora García?
pues era mi esposa.
She was my wife.
Okay. Okay. And your wife passed away November 28th, 2025 in Webb County, Texas. Is that correct?
¿Es correcto que su esposa falleció el día 28 de noviembre del 2025?
Sí.
Yes.
Now, this court has jurisdiction over this matter and venue is proper because your wife resided in this county and had a domicile or fixed place of residence in Texas. Is that correct?
Es correcto que estamos ante el tribunal correcto debido a que su esposa tenía un domicilio en el condado de Webb y ella tenía o había vivido aquí en el estado de Texas, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Mr. Chavarria, who are all the people there that are talking while a testimony is eliciting one by one? Go ahead.
I'm sorry. One is our paralegal and the other is Mr. Garcia's relative, Your Honor.
What is the name of Mr. Garcia's relative?
¿Cómo?
García.
Again?
García.
Diane Garcia.
And what is the name of your paralegal?
Rachel Atwill.
Ms. Atwill, Ms. Garcia, I need you to not speak while Mr. Garcia is testifying. Do you understand this, Ms. Garcia?
Yes.
And do you understand this, Ms. Atwill?
Yes.
Mr. Chavarria, go ahead.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Garcia, your wife owned real and personal property having an aggregate probable value of at least $10,000. Is that correct?
Señor García, ¿es correcto y verdadero que su esposa tenía bienes reales y propiedad personal en el monto de alrededor de $10,000? ¿Es esto correcto? Respuesta, señor García.
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Now, the next question, Mr. Garcia, is your wife did not receive Medicaid benefits on or after March 1st, 2005. Is that correct?
La siguiente pregunta, señor García, es que su esposa no recibió beneficios de Medicaid después del 1 de marzo del 2005, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Respuesta, señor García.
Yes. O sea que sí.
Yes.
Now, Mr. Garcia, your wife executed a valid written will dated September 14th, 2021, correct?
Señor García, su esposa ejecutó un testamento el día del 14 de septiembre del 2021, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
And this will was never revoked. Is that correct?
Y este testamento nunca fue revocado, ¿correcto?
Correcto. Sí.
Correct. Yes.
Okay. It was the subscribing witnesses to your wife's will are Priscila Villanueva and Hilda Negrete. Is this correct?
Es correcto que los testigos del testamento de su esposa eran Priscila Villanueva. Counsel, repeat the second one.
And Hilda Negrete.
E Hilda Negrete, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
Okay. Now, your wife's will names you, Guadalupe Arturo Garcia, to serve as executor without bond or security. Is this correct?
Y es correcto y verdadero que su esposa le nombró a usted en su testamento como ejecutor sin ninguna fianza y ejecutor independiente del testamento, ¿correcto?
Yes. Sí.
Yes.
Okay, Mr. Garcia. The next question is that No children were born or adopted by your wife after the execution of this will. Is this correct?
La siguiente pregunta, señor. ¿Ningún hijo fue nacido o adoptado por la señora García después de que ella ejecutó el testamento, correcto?
Correct.
Correct.
Okay. Now, your wife's estate does not owe any unpaid debt other than a debt secured by a lien on real estate or for another reason. Oh, I'm sorry. Let me rephrase the question. I'm sorry. Your wife's estate does not owe any unpaid debt other than a debt secured by a lien on a real estate. Is this correct?
Y es correcto y verdadero que su esposa o los bienes o propiedades de su esposa no tienen ningún adeudo excepto por el adeudo que se le interpuso a la propiedad real, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Correct.
So there is no necessity for the administration of the estate. Is this correct?
Así que no hay necesidad para la administración de los bienes reales, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Correct.
Now, no marriage of your wife's was ever dissolved. Is this correct?
Y es correcto que el matrimonio de su esposa no fue disuelto antes de su fallecimiento, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Correct.
Now, your wife's will does not name the state of Texas, an agency of the state, or a charitable organization as a devisee or beneficiary, correct?
Y es correcto que el testamento de su esposa no nombra al estado de Texas ni ninguna agencia de caridad como, para recibir algún tipo de bien por medio de la señora, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Correct.
Now, no more than 4 years have elapsed since your wife's passing and the application, correct?
Y es correcto y verdadero que no han pasado más de 4 años desde el fallecimiento de su esposa y el tiempo que hemos interpuesto este caso ante el tribunal, ¿correcto?
Correcto.
Correct.
No further questions, Your Honor. We ask the court to take judicial notice of the entire case file and admit this will to probate as a muniment of title, Your Honor.
Mr. Garcia, in your case, the court finds that it has jurisdiction.
Señor García, en su caso, el tribunal halla que tiene jurisdicción sobre este asunto.
The court takes judicial notice of the entire case file,
El tribunal toma notificación judicial del archivo entero,
which includes the original death certificate and will and citation by posting in this case,
el cual incluye el certificado original de fallecimiento, el testamento original y los citatorios.
The court finds that decedent passed away on November 28th, 2025,
El tribunal halla que la fallecida falleció el día 28 de noviembre del 2025
at the age of 78,
a la edad de 78,
having left a valid, self-proved, and unrevoked will.
habiendo dejado un testamento válido y sin revocar.
The court finds that you have completed all of the requirements necessary for the court to grant your request.
El tribunal halla que usted ha completado todos los requisitos para otorgarle su petición.
The court grants your request, admits this will into probate as muniment of title.
Y el tribunal le otorga su petición para interponer este caso ante el legajo del tribunal.
The court has reviewed your lawyer's proposed order.
El tribunal ha revisado la orden propuesta por medio de su abogado.
It is in due form. The court has signed it and tendering that original to the clerk's office.
Está en orden y se le entrega a la Secretaría del Condado.
Mr. Garcia, do you have any questions for the court?
Señor García, ¿tiene usted alguna pregunta para este tribunal? No, it's fine.
Mr. Garcia, I wish you well. You have the court's sincere condolences.
Señor García, el tribunal le desea lo mejor.
Any other cases for Mr. Chavarria?
No, Your Honor.
Good to see you, counsel. Have a great day.
Good to see you, Your Honor. Have a good day. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, Counsel Amy Ginsburg, page 1, number 2.
Maribel Flores versus Hyundai Motor America, Inc., cause number 2024 CVF 51L2. Good afternoon, Ms. Ginsburg.
Good afternoon, Your Honor.
Court martial present and participating by video conference. Are you, Mr. Corley, making an appearance for defendant?
Yes, Judge. Good afternoon. Daniel
Good af-
Corley with Bowman and Brook on behalf of Hyundai Motor America.
Good afternoon, Mr. Corley. The court marks you present by video conference as well. Maribel Flores or any other person present on this case? Court finds that no other persons are present. Counsel, what is the announcement?
I defer to plaintiff's counsel. We've been trying to connect on this one. I believe we will jointly be announcing not ready, but I'll allow plaintiff to provide more context.
Yes, I would agree. At this point, not ready. We have a number of matters together. And this is one that I think will likely settle. So at this point, I would say not ready. We're trying to get all of the matters resolved. And again, this being one of them, I would say at this point, though, not ready to proceed to trial. And as I think it will resolve prior to that date.
Well, we're set for jury selection conference today, are we not?
I think the jury selection conference is next month.
Yeah, I have
It's,
5/29 or 5/19.
Ms.
Yeah,
Noriega, when is this case currently scheduled to go to trial?
June 29th.
June 29th. June 20th for Dyer, Your Honor.
And May 19th is
And
the
when
jury
is-
selection.
When is jury selection conference supposed to take place?
Election conference is supposed to take place. And it's incorrect there, Your Honor. It's supposed to be May 19th, 2026.
Ah.
2 p.m.
All right, so let me ask you then this question, Ms. Ginsburg and Mr. Corley. So there's an incorrect entry in my docket, and I apologize for that. So you're set for jury selection conference May 19th. So for this hearing, for the final pretrial hearing, what, Ms. Ginsburg, is there anything for the court to consider?
I would say at this point, if we could request an adjournment of the upcoming trial to allow us some additional time to get the matter resolved. Again, I think we will get it resolved. We settle cases between our firms.
Is
if that's
there
amenable.
a written motion for continuance?
We can get one on file, Your Honor.
So the answer to the question is no, you can't be
is
given
no.
that consideration because there is nothing in writing.
Yeah.
This case was filed in 2024. We're now 2 years out. So one more time, I guess, let me ask it this way. Let me ask the clerk's office, has either plaintiff or defendant filed anything for the court to consider at this final pretrial hearing? Right, nothing to file, nothing to consider. Any difference of opinion, Mr. Corley?
No, Your Honor, we don't have anything precise to consider. We have not been able to get in contact to have any joint considerations. We share the sentiment that we would not want to waste the jury selection process's time, whether for potential jurors or the court.
I think every lawyer that practices in this court is of the same opinion. They're gonna know that a case that was filed 2 years ago, the statement that should not be made is we have not had time to confer. So come into your jury selection conference on May 19th, fully ready and prepared to announce whatever the status is. And if you need to make a specific request, please do so in writing to give the other person some time and consideration to respond as necessary. If nothing is filed, then the court will presume that your case is ready for trial in June. Anything else on this case, Ms. Ginsburg?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Corley?
No, Your Honor.
I wish you both and your clients very well. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next online is Counsel Jessica Reyes, page 2, number 3.
Homero Villarreal, Laura Mata, y Yvette Villarreal versus Carlos Antonio Fernandez, cause number 2025 CVM 70L2. Good afternoon, Mr. Reyes.
Good afternoon, Judge. How are you doing?
Very good, thank you. Court marks you present and participating by video conference. Homero Villarreal, Laura Mata, Yvette Villarreal, Carlos Antonio Fernandez. Any other person present on this case? Court finds no other persons are present. This is the second calendar call. Mr. Reyes, what is the announcement?
Your Honor, the process server in our case served the representative of the defendant's estate today, actually, and they filed the return of service sometime this morning. I don't know if it's been accepted yet, but it was filed this morning.
Well, it looks like that motion for substituted service was signed and e-filed April 15th. All right, so I tell you what, Ms. Noriega, give us another calendar call, please.
Yes, Your Honor, that would be June 17th at 2 p.m.
All right. Anything else on this case, Mr. Reyes?
No, Your Honor.
And let me ask you this, is that sufficient time to be ready and prepared for that calendar call on June the 17th?
Yes, Your Honor, because the defense answer, as I calculate, would be due May 18th, so we
Right.
should hopefully have counsel on the other side by then.
Right. You can do a number of things. I'm going to tell you what to do. Just your options are, if service is effectuated and perfected before that date, you can talk to counsel and jointly submit a pretrial guideline order and avoid the calendar call. No answers on file, you can file a default, or just come in on your calendar call and I'll issue out some dates for you.
Sure, thank you, Your Honor. And it was, just to clarify, it was June 17th?
Yes, sir. June 17th at 2 p.m.
Okay, thank you, Your Honor.
All right. Any other cases for Mr. Reyes?
No, Your Honor.
Have a good day, Mr. Reyes.
Thank you, you too, I appreciate it.
Thanks.
I believe those are all the cases pending the contested, sorry, on page 5, number 10.
Mauro Guzman Jr. versus Marta Dodiez Blom, Maria Elena Sanchez Loncio Signs, DBA Better Homes and Gardens Real Estate Signs and Associates. Cause number 2025 CVI 2647C3. Eduardo Romero, Francisco Tamés, Guillermo Garcia, Casely Bachelor. Any lawyers present? Court finds no lawyers are present. There is a pretrial guideline order on file. The court coordinator will review those dates, make any changes as necessary. The court will approve those. And the court thanks all counsel for doing that prior to today's hearing. All right, tendering the original to the coordinator for review. Ms. Noriega, have all cases been called on this afternoon's docket?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. We will stand at ease for a few minutes and then we will resume the bench trial that we started this morning. Stand by, please.
All right.
Good afternoon. Court is in session once more. This is a continuation of the hearing, Father Ed Kircher Apartments versus Alfredo Montemayor Jr., cause number 2025 CVD 74L2. When last we left off, Jose Luis Mata, I believe, was being cross-examined by Ms. Canales. Please bring in Mr. Mata. For the record, Mr. Mata is making his way to the witness stand. Ms. Canales, on cross-examination, you may proceed.
Is counsel speaking?
No.
May we just check that the microphones are on?
Mr. Mata, did you ever make any police reports regarding the complaints that you had about Mr. Montemayor?
Objection, relevance.
Relevance?
He's testifying that he was annoyed or affected by Mr. Cantu's behavior, and I just want him to expand on that.
I'll give you some leeway. Overruled. You may answer.
Señor Mata, ¿usted hizo algún reporte de policía sobre las quejas que usted tenía sobre el señor Montemayor?
Sí,
Yes.
When?
¿Cuándo?
el 21 de julio del 2025.
July 21st of 2025.
And what did the police do when
¿Y
they
qué,
heard? What did the police do? Did they arrest anybody?
¿Y qué hizo la policía? ¿Arrestó a alguien?
No, no arrestó a nadie.
No, they didn't arrest anyone.
Did you call the police department at any other occasion?
¿Y usted le habló al departamento de policía en alguna otra ocasión?
Thank you.
No,
No.
Did you ever? There's some photographs that are attached to that letter or that lease violation that you read. Did you take those photographs?
Objection, Judge, I would prefer that they bring up the pictures so that they can be properly identified and predicated before she asks questions about pictures that have not been shown to him.
Sustained.
I withdraw my objection. I mean, my objection. I have no other questions.
Anything on redirect?
No, sir.
Mr. Mata, you may step down.
Señor Mata, puede bajar del estrado del testigo.
Thank you for your testimony.
Gracias por su testimonio.
Who is your next witness, Ms. Garcia?
Miss Maria Mata.
Please bring in Maria Mata. Ms. Maria Mata, you're under oath. Please have a seat here on the witness stand.
Señora Mata, por favor, tome asiento en el postrado del testigo.
Ms. Mata, the lawyers will be asking you some questions.
Señora Mata, los abogados le harán ciertas preguntas.
Listen to the translated question before you answer.
Escuche la traducción de la pregunta antes de que conteste.
If you see or hear one of the lawyers object, hold on to your question and I'll let you know if you can answer.
Si usted observa que alguno de los abogados hace una objeción a la pregunta, espere a que yo le dé la instrucción si usted debe contestar o no.
Ms. Garcia.
Your Honor, just to let you know, some items might be duplicative, but I'm going to try not to make it duplicative.
We have an hour. Go ahead.
Yes. Ms. Mata, can you please tell the judge what your full name is?
Señora Mata, ¿le puede decir al juez cuál es su nombre completo?
María Los Ángeles Mata.
Por favor, acérquese al micrófono. ¿De nuevo?
Sí,
¿Su nombre?
María Mata.
María Mata.
And Ms. Mata, you're married to Mr. Mata, who just testified, correct?
Y señora Mata, usted está casada con el señor Mata, el cual acaba de testificar, ¿correcto?
Sí,
Yes.
Do you know Mr. Alfredo Montemayor?
¿Conoce usted al señor Alfredo Montemayor?
sí.
Yes.
What kind of can you describe to the court what kind of interaction you have had with Mr. Montemayor since he moved in to the Father Ed Kircher Apartments?
¿Puede describirle a este tribunal qué tipo de interacción ha tenido usted con el señor Alfredo Montemayor, el cual vive en los departamentos Father Ed Kircher?
Vecinos, él vive en el 109, yo sí en el 110. Cercano.
We are neighbors. He lives in apartment 109. I live in 110.
How many times have you reported him to management?
Objection, leading question.
Sustained.
It's how many times?
Right? Sustained.
Okay. Can you describe for the court the kind of interaction you have had with Mr. Montemayor over the years?
¿Puede describirle para el tribunal qué tipo de interacciones ha tenido usted con el señor Montemayor a través de estos años?
Pues mal con este señor, hemos tenido problemas con él.
Bad ones. We've had issues and problems with him.
Have you reported him to management for any reason?
¿Usted lo ha reportado a él a la administración?
Sí.
Yes.
Can we prompt, please, as Exhibit 3, Ed Kircher 43? A43, please.
Court staff will prompt A43.
Ms. Mata, I want you to look at can you see the document that's prompted on the screen where I'm pointing?
Señora Mata, ¿puede usted ver el documento el cual está en la pantalla?
Sí.
Yes.
It's also on the screen right in front of you. Can you see that one better right in front of you?
También está en la pantalla debajo de usted. Mire hacia abajo.
No.
¿La ve?
Sí.
Yes.
Look at whichever screen is best for you.
Vea la pantalla que usted pueda ver mejor.
And I'm asking the court if they could please scroll down so we can see the whole letter and the signature for Ms. Mata to review.
Le estoy pidiendo al tribunal que usted escrolee la carta para que usted pueda ver la carta. ¿La ve?
Bueno,
And can you go to the last page, please? The next page. Ms. Mata, do you see that document?
Señora
Sí.
Mata, ¿ve usted este documento?
Sí,
Is
Yes.
that your signature, Maria Mata, noted on A44 and that's on the screen right now?
¿Es esta su firma, la cual se encuentra en la pantalla?
sí,
Yes.
Do you recall writing that note?
¿Recuerda usted haber escrito esta carta?
¿me puede repetir la palabra?
Can you please repeat the question?
Yes, if we can go back up to the top of the letter, please, on page 43. Ms. Mata, do you recall writing this letter on October 6, 2021?
Señora Mata, ¿recuerda usted haber escrito esta carta el día 6 de octubre del 2021?
Sí,
Yes.
To whom did you write this?
¿A quién se la escribió?
a la administración de ahí, de lo encargada del departamento.
To management in charge of the apartments.
Do you recall what happened on October 6, 2021?
¿Recuerda usted qué fue lo que sucedió el día 6 de octubre del 2021?
Sí, sí, yo me acuerdo.
Yes.
Would you like to read the letter before describing what, will it refresh your memory if you read the letter before describing the events of that day?
Gustaría leer la carta para refrescar su memoria para hablar sobre lo que ocurrió ese día.
Sí.
Yes.
May you please read it out loud?
Por favor, léala en voz alta.
Sí. El día 6 de octubre salí a regar, lo hago un día sí y un día no. Estaba el señor afuera, regué del lado izquierdo el pasto y él observando. Cuando vio que me pasaba al lado derecho,
Translation, please.
Yes.
se
On the 6th
levantó.
day of October, I went outside and started watering like I do it. One day, yes, one day, no. The man that lives in apartment 109 was seated outside. I watered on the left side of the grass, and he was observing. When he saw that I was going over to the right side,
Go ahead.
adelante, señora.
Cuando me vio, se levantó rápido, se metió a su casa y salió con la podadora prendida y se arrimó conmigo. Deja de regar, ¿no ves que estoy con la podadora
And
prendida?
then,
Y se arrimó conmigo. Deja de regar, ¿no ves que estoy con la podadora? Lo
Translation.
ignoré porque no estaba cerca de él. Lo que le dio coraje, vuelve otra vez conmigo y me dice, vieja, malas palabras. No sé qué peleas, cosas que no son tuyas. Y yo sin decirle pues nada.
Translation, please.
and then he went inside his house and he came out with a mower. It was on, and he came near me and he said, "Stop watering. Don't you see that I have my mower?" I ignored him because I was not close to him. And that's when he got upset. Then, towards me again, he says, "Old lady," bad words. "I don't know why you fight for things that are not yours."
Go ahead.
Adelante, señora.
Sí. Dice, yo no sé qué peleas, cosas que no son tuyas. Yo le dije, estoy pagando renta y no peleo nada, simplemente quiero regar y no me deja porque está toda la tarde a diario tirando agua. Nos ha hecho más cosas, sino que queríamos dificultades con él, pero groserías no. Por eso pido que por favor se le llame la atención, malas palabras a mi persona no.
Translation, please.
Si se necesita,
Translation.
And then again, he tells me, "Old lady, Bad words. I don't know why you fight for things that are not yours. And I told him I am paying rent and I am not fighting for anything. I just simply want to water my plants. And he does not allow me because he's outside or he's there all afternoon, daily, just wasting water. He has done other things to us, but we didn't want any problems with him. But bad words, no. That's why I am asking that his attention be called, because bad words towards my person, no.
Go ahead.
Adelante.
Si se necesita. Ya no
Next
sé.
page, please.
Que esté presente con él, con mucho gusto me presento. Quiero saber cuál es el coraje cuando él está regando, no salgo para nada, pero cuando ve que quiero regar, no me deja.
Translation, please.
Está
And if
escrito,
it's necessary, whenever he is present, I will be there as well. I want to know what is the issue, what is the problem. When he is watering the plants, I don't go outside at all. But whenever I want to water, he does not allow it.
You may continue.
Adelante.
está escrito es único y exclusivo para la oficina de los departamentos. Para otro fin no doy mi consentimiento. No quiero que sea un pretexto para que se, ya no sé,
Can you go up a little bit, please?
no quiero que sea un pretexto para que sea expulsado. No es mi intención, simplemente sea un llamado de atención.
This letter is only for exclusive use of the office of the apartments. I do not give my consent for any other for any other reason. I don't want this to be used as a means for him to be expulsed or thrown out. It is not my intention. I just want someone to call his attention.
Ms. Mata, this is the complete letter you wrote to the management on October 12th, 2021?
Señora Mata, esta es la carta entera que usted escribió a la administración en el 2021.
Sí.
Yes.
Is this a true and correct copy of it?
¿Es una copia correcta y verdadera de esa carta?
Sí.
Yes.
I'd ask that that be admitted to, as evidence, Judge.
Any objection?
Yes,
What is the objection?
Miss, I do have a question.
No, they're not questions.
Objection. Is there an objection to its submission?
No.
A 43 through 44 is admitted without objection.
Ms. Mata,
Sí. Yes.
was Mr. Montemayor evicted after that complaint?
Señora Mata, el señor Montemayor fue expulsado de los departamentos después de que usted interpuso esa queja.
No.
No.
Did the management take any action against Mr. Montemayor that you know about?
¿La administración tomó alguna acción en contra del señor Montemayor que usted sepa?
¿Me repites, por favor?
Could you please repeat?
Yes. Did the management at Fred Kircher Apartments do anything to Mr. Montemayor after you made that complaint?
Después de que usted interpuso esa queja, ¿la administración de los departamentos tuvo o hizo alguna acción en contra del señor Montemayor que usted sepa?
Sí.
Yes.
What do you believe management did?
¿Qué es lo que usted cree que la administración de los departamentos hizo?
Ah, ya no estoy oyendo bien porque se acabó la batería.
I'm not hearing very well because my battery ran out.
For the record, the witness is pointing at her ear. Ms. Rodriguez asked this question and have it translated. Ms. Mata, are you able to change the battery to your hearing aid?
Señora Mata, ¿usted puede cambiarle la batería a su dispositivo auricular?
Sí,
Yes.
sí.
Are you able to do that right now, or do you need time to do that?
¿Lo puede hacer ahorita mismo o necesita tiempo para hacerlo?
Sí, se me acabó la pila. No, ahorita no. Pero con este oigo un poquito.
If there is no objection, then the court will paraphrase what just happened. Our bailiff has inquired whether it is possible to change out the battery to this witness's hearing aid. The witness answered no, but that she may proceed using her other ear. Any objection to that staying on the record, Ms. Canales?
No.
Ms. Garcia,
No objection.
your next question.
Ms. Mata, if you cannot hear the translation, I ask that you let the judge know, okay?
Señora Mata, si usted no escucha la traducción, le pido que usted le haga saber al juez.
Sí alcanzo a escuchar, pero a veces no escucho muy bien. Sí alcanzo a escuchar y quiero que se vea la otra carta que mandé.
Okay.
Yes, I am able to hear what's going on, but sometimes I can't. But I do want the other letter to be shown, the other letter I sent.
Ms. Mata, the events that happened on October 12th, 2021, how did they affect your livability at your apartment?
Señora Mata, los eventos que ocurrieron el 12 de octubre del 2021, ¿cómo le afectaron a usted en su manera de vivir en el departamento?
Me afectó mucho porque siempre vivo con el miedo de que cuando salgo, él como sembró ahí alrededor de su casa, no se mira. Entonces, cuando salgo, a veces está él allí y sí me ha mojado también, pero no simplemente con una manguera, sino que ponen una extensión que al aventarte el chorro de agua lastima.
Translation, please.
It has affected me greatly because I am afraid. Every time I go out, I'm afraid. And because he planted plants near his area, you can't see. You can't see if he's outside or if he's there. And he has also, with the hose, he has hosed me down. And he also has this extension that also hurts when he's hosing water.
Ms. Mata, how old are you?
Señora Mata, ¿qué edad tiene?
Voy a cumplir 77, Julio. Tengo 70.
I am 76. I'm going to be 77 in July.
When Mr. Montemayor hosed you down, did that hurt you physically?
Cuando el señor Montemayor la mojó con la manguera, ¿eso le dañó a usted de manera física?
Sí, me ha afectado a mí en lo personal, le tengo miedo. Le tengo
Yes.
miedo porque a veces tenemos que salir a alguna parte y a veces nos moja y a regresarte a cambiar otra vez.
Yes, it has affected me personally because I am afraid now because sometimes he hoses us down and then we get wet and we have to go back and change all over again.
Ms. Mata, you testified that you wanted the court to see another letter that you wrote, correct?
Señora Mata, usted testificó que usted quiere que el tribunal vea la otra carta que usted escribió, ¿correcto?
Sí.
Yes.
I asked the court to prompt exhibit 2, which is Ed Kircher 34.
Court staff will prompt.
Ms. Mata, do you recognize this letter that's on the screen?
Señora Mata, ¿usted reconoce esta carta que está en la pantalla?
Sí,
Yes.
Did you write that letter?
¿Usted escribió esa carta?
sí.
Yes.
Uh, can you tell the court the date of that letter?
¿Puede decirle al tribunal la fecha de esta carta?
Sí, el primero enero 17 del 23.
Yes. January 17th of 2023.
Would you like to review this letter to refresh your memory as to what happened on January 17th, 2023?
¿Le gustaría leer esta carta para refrescar su memoria para que recuerde qué fue lo que sucedió el 17 de enero del 2023?
Sí.
Yes.
If the court would allow her to read
No
it
está
out loud.
centrada bien.
Perdón? I'm sorry.
No está. No alcanzo a leer lo demás.
If you, can the court scroll down? And I don't know if we can, Your Honor, if we can close the left-hand side so that it's a little bit more legible for her. The box where it has the list of the exhibits. There.
That's how it was imaged, Your Honor.
If we can go from the top to see if she can read it. And Your Honor, I don't know how you would like for me to proceed because it's already been translated into the record. I don't want to be duplicative. But I will.
It's your case, counsel.
Okay. Ms. Mata, I will ask you to read it aloud.
Señora, puede leerla en voz alta.
Dice, ayer día lunes 16 de enero del 23, el vecino de enseguida, señor Montemayor, cortó de su propiedad hierba seca y la tiró al lado nuestro, de pedacito de jardincito, a las 6 a.m. Pone el radio demasiado alto, se pone a regar y avienta agua a la ventana de enfrente, a la ventana donde vivimos. Es mucha la presión emocional para nosotros. Queremos estar en paz.
Translation thus far, please.
Please scroll up. Yesterday, Monday, January 16th, 2023, our next door neighbor, Mr. Montemayor, cut from his property dry grass and he threw it over to our side, to our small piece of lawn at 6 a.m. He puts the radio at high volumes and he starts watering and throws water towards the window where we live. It is a great emotional pressure for us. We want to be in peace.
You may continue.
Continúe.
Y la aventó para el lado nuestro y así estamos día a día sin saber qué otra cosa está planeando hacer. Pedimos su atención y comprensión. Pido de favor.
And then he threw things towards our side. And that's how it is day in and day out without knowing what else he is planning to do. We ask for your attention and for your comprehension. We ask.
Ms. Mata, did you write that letter?
Señora Mata, ¿usted escribió esa carta?
Sí.
Yes.
Everything that you wrote that day, is that your true recollection and testimony as to what happened that day in 2023?
Todo lo que usted escribió en esa carta es lo que usted recuerda que sucedió en enero del 2023?
Sí.
Yes.
Sí.
I'd like to admit that into evidence, Judge.
Any objection?
No.
A34 is admitted into evidence without objection.
I'd like to go to page 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, and 40, and mark that exhibit 4.
A35 through
40.
40 as exhibit 4.
Ms. Mata, I'm going to show you some documents that show pictures, and I'd like for you to look at them and let me know if you recognize them. If the court may go to scroll down page 35.
Señora Mata, le voy a mostrar ciertas fotos y quiero que usted las vea y las reconozca. Por favor, vea la pantalla.
Do you recognize this photo?
¿Reconoce esta foto?
Sí,
Yes.
What is this photo?
¿Qué es esta foto?
esta foto es de cuando avienta todas las hojas y no sé por qué lo hace, y pues tenemos que limpiar ahí.
Are these
This picture shows whenever he throws over all the dried leaves, and I don't know what he does that, but we have to clean that up.
Are these photos that were taken in January of 2023 from your complaint?
Estas son fotos que fueron tomadas en enero del 2023 y que usted adjuntó a su queja.
Sí, es
Yes.
en el pedazo que nos corresponde.
Yes, that is the piece that corresponds to us.
Can we please go to page 36? Do you recognize that photo?
¿Reconoce esta foto?
Sí,
Yes.
Was that also part of the photographs that you turned into management as part of your complaint against Mr. Montemayor in January of 2023?
Es esta también una foto que tomó parte de lo que usted le dio a la administración en enero del 2023.
sí.
Yes.
Can we go to page 37? And then I'm going to ask to scroll to page 38. And then finally, page 39 and page 40. Ms. Mata, are these pictures that you also provided to management as part of your complaint against Mr. Montemayor in January of 2023?
Señora Mata, estas fotos también formaron parte de las fotos que usted entregó a la administración en enero del 2023.
Sí.
Yes.
I ask that they be admitted into evidence, Judge.
Any objection to A35 through 40 being admitted?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. She has not established sufficient foundation to authenticate those photographs. We don't know who took those photographs. We don't know whether they were taken and what date they were taken. The exact location of the photographs and whether they depict things as they were at the time that they were taken.
The objection is sustained.
I'll ask some further questions.
Go ahead.
All these six pictures, Ms. Montemayor, when were they taken?
Señora Montemayor, estas 6 fotos, ¿cuándo fueron tomadas?
Me pregunto. Esas fueron como a mediados de este año, más o menos.
That was around,
Y reconozco mi parte de ahí del patio y todo, pero no me acuerdo muy bien de la fecha.
Okay, I'll move
Pero-
on, Judge.
I don't recall the date. I can see and I recognize the part that belongs to our side, but I don't recall the exact date.
Ms. Garcia.
I'll move on, Judge. Do you recall the last complaint you get made against Mr. Montemayor?
¿Recuerda usted la última queja que hizo en contra del señor Montemayor?
¿Me puede repetir la pregunta, por favor?
Can you please repeat the question?
Do you remember the last complaint you made against Mr. Montemayor?
¿Recuerda usted la última queja que hizo en contra del señor Montemayor?
Mm, sí, pero no me acuerdo la fecha.
Yes, but I don't recall the date.
You testified about being hosed down with water. Do you recall that incident?
¿Usted recuerda el incidente en cuanto a que usted fue mojada con agua?
Sí,
Yes.
sí.
Do you remember when that was?
¿Recuerda usted cuándo fue eso?
La fecha no, pero sí, sí sucedió.
I don't recall the exact date, but it did happen.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask to prompt page 22.
Court staff will prompt A22.
Do you recognize this document, Ms. Mata?
¿Usted reconoce este documento, señora Mata?
Sí, es de mi esposo.
Okay.
Yes, it's from my husband.
Can you, can you read the contents there?
¿Puede usted leer los contenidos de esta carta?
Sí, el día 11 de julio del año 2025 salí a encender mi carro y estaba no lo entiendo muy bien,
Okay.
pero sí es
On
de mi
the
esposo.
on the day of July 11th of the year 2025, I went outside to turn on my car and I don't understand it very well.
Do you recall what happened July 11th, 2025?
¿Recuerda usted lo que sucedió el día 11 de julio del 2025?
Sí,
Yes.
ahí estaba yo presente.
Yes, I was there, present.
What happened?
¿Qué sucedió?
Pues salió mi esposo para prender el carro, pero este señor agarró la manguera y empezó a aventar agua.
Throw
My
water.
husband went outside to turn on his car, and this man, he took the hose and started spraying water.
How old is your husband?
¿Qué edad tiene su
No se
esposo?
ve, ya no se ve aquí.
How old is your husband?
¿Qué edad tiene su esposo?
77, 78.
78.
Did Mr. Montemayor, who did Mr. Montemayor spray water on that day?
¿Y a quién
July
mojó
2025.
el señor Montemayor ese día, en julio del 2025?
Sí, pues como siempre que salimos, él, si está afuera, ya es mojada de seguro. O a
Like
veces,
always.
o a veces está atrás de esas hierbas que sembró él y no lo vemos y ya cuando sentimos el agua, pues nos está mojando, no sé por qué.
Like
¿no?
always. He's always spraying, and due to the plants that he planted, we don't see if he's there, but he's always spraying us, and we don't know why.
Do you recall making a complaint to management in July of 2025, this past year, because of the water hose spraying?
¿Recuerda usted haber hecho una queja en julio del 2025 debido a que los mojó con la manguera?
Sí, pues se hizo una carta.
Yes, a letter was written.
Was the letter that I showed you right now, was that the letter that your husband wrote to complain to management about Mr. Montemayor spraying you?
La carta que le mostré a usted ahorita, esa fue la carta que se escribió a la administración en cuanto al señor Montemayor mojándolos ese día.
Sí.
Yes.
Who went to advise management of what was happening that moment?
¿Quién fue a decirle a la administración en ese momento lo que sucedió?
Bueno, José Luis fue y habló allí a la administración todo mojado. Ah, y en eso salí yo y también me regó, me mojó, no sé por qué.
What did management do?
José Luis went to the management office and he was all wet. And then I came outside and he also wet me. I don't know why.
How did it make you feel when he sprayed you with a water hose that day?
¿Cómo la hizo sentir a usted cuando él la mojó con la manguera ese día?
Cada vez que hace eso, yo me siento como humillada, no sé, como saña, pero pues no entiendo por qué es el coraje.
Every time that he does that to me, I feel humiliated. I don't know. I don't understand what is his problem.
Can you explain to the judge how his actions that day in July made you feel about living at Father Ed Kircher Apartments?
¿Le puede explicar a usted, a el juez, cómo es que las acciones del señor Montemayor ese día hicieron que usted se sintiera sobrevivir en los departamentos Father Ed Kircher?
Para vivir en esta situación es una cosa muy, muy triste y pues con muchos nervios porque no sabe uno qué más va a pasar. Siempre estamos adentro ahí en la casa, no podemos salir en el día, no podemos salir porque o está muy temprano o está en la tarde, hasta en la noche es cuando yo puedo salir a regar las matitas que tengo ahí.
It makes me very sad. I'm constantly nervous. We can't go out because he's always there. We're always inside our house. He's always there. He's always in the morning. He's always in the afternoon. It's only until night that I am able to go outside and water my plants.
In the 20 years that you and your husband have lived at Father Ed Kircher Apartments, have you had problems with any tenant other than Mr. Montemayor?
En los 20 años que usted ha vivido en esos departamentos en Father Ed Kircher, ¿usted ha tenido algún problema con algún otro habitante o solo con el señor Montemayor?
No, con nadie tengo problemas, nada más con él.
I don't have issues with anybody else, just him.
I'll pass the witness, Judge.
Cross-examination, Ms. Canales.
Pardon me?
Cross-examination.
Miss Mata, when Mr. Montemayor wet your feet, did you feel you didn't feel that bad enough to go to the hospital, did you?
Objection, misstating the facts. She never said he wet my feet.
Sustained.
When Mr. Montemayor sprayed water towards you, did you get wet?
Objection, misconstruing the facts again. He didn't spray water toward her. She testified that he sprayed her.
Sustained.
After this incident, encountering Mr. Montemayor, did you feel sick enough to go to the hospital?
Objection, relevance.
Overruled. You may answer. Translation.
Después de este incidente que usted describió en cuanto al señor Montemayor, ¿usted se sintió enferma lo suficiente para ir al hospital?
He ido por nervios cuando hace esas cosas, yo me pongo muy, muy triste, ¿no? Porque no alcanzo a comprender por qué hace eso.
I have gone due to my nerves because I get very sad because I do not understand why he does that.
When did you visit the nurse?
Is that the complete question?
Yes.
You, s-
¿Cuán-
you
¿Cuándo
Ah.
visitó usted a la enfermera? Respuesta, señora Mata.
¿Me puede repetir, por favor?
Please repeat the question.
when did you visit the medical provider, a nurse, a doctor, regarding this incident? Well, regarding what you just testified, that you visited a doctor?
¿Cuándo fue que usted visitó a su proveedor médico, ya sea un doctor o una enfermera, en cuanto a lo que testificó ahorita que usted visitó o que vio a un doctor?
No, no entiendo esa pregunta. No
I
sé.
don't understand that question. I don't know.
You testified that you had some anxiety and that you mentioned this to a doctor or a nurse. When did this happen?
Usted
Did your
testificó,
visit- Pardon me?
¿Me repites, por favor?
usted testificó que usted sufrió de ansiedad o nervios y que usted visitó a un doctor o a una enfermera. ¿Cuándo fue esta visita? ¿Qué fecha?
No me acuerdo porque son, ¿cómo te diré? Ah, son cosas que pasan y pues no tomo la precaución de saber, pues no me acuerdo de saber cuándo es, pero pues sí es para ponerse nerviosa y mal, porque pues no alcanza uno a comprender por qué ese coraje que tiene él hacia nosotros.
Translation, please.
I don't recall because these are things that happen and I haven't taken the precaution to jot down the dates. But yes, I get nervous when these things happen and I also feel extremely bad and don't understand. I cannot comprehend what is his problem with us and why he's doing this.
Did were you prescribed any medication for this?
¿Se le prescribió medicamento para esto?
Objection vague, prescribed medication for this, if she could be more specific.
During this visit to the medical provider?
¿Se le prescribió medicamento después de su visita a su proveedor médico?
Bueno, ahora últimamente me han recetado medicina para la ansiedad y pues no salgo yo ahí de la casa, también estar ahí, no poder salir al patio porque no sé lo que me espere comer.
I have been prescribed medicine for my anxiety because I don't go out of the house. I can't even go outside to my patio because I don't even know what's going to happen with him there.
Did you suffer from anxiety before the date before February, or rather October 6, 2021?
¿Usted sufría de ansiedad antes de el incidente del 6 de octubre del 2021?
Objection relevance, what does it matter if she was anxious for any other reason prior to the terrorism that she suffered from Mr. Montemayor?
Relevance.
She testified that she felt anxiety and mentioned this to the doctor. Now, I need to know whether she suffered from anxiety as a permanent condition before 2021.
All right,
Or this
overruled.
anxiety-
You may answer and I think can be addressed by recross. Overruled, you may answer.
Puede contestar a la pregunta.
¿Qué pregunta hizo?
What was the question?
Did you suffer from anxiety before October 6, 2021, the date that you're describing?
¿Usted,
That you went-
¿Usted sufría de ansiedad antes de la fecha del 6 de octubre del 2021, la fecha que usted estaba describiendo del incidente?
No puedo decir fechas exactas, pero sí mi salud se ha deteriorado por culpa de él, porque está uno pensando que si salgo me va a echar agua o me asomo a ver si está allá afuera, pero yo no puedo estar anotando ver qué día o qué cómo me siento, no sé. Yo quiero
Translation.
tomar mi vida así como está.
Translation, please.
I
Pero-
cannot recall dates exactly, but yes, I can say that my health has been deteriorating due to his fault. I can't go outside. I have to be constantly looking outside to see if he's there. And I have to go on with my life. I can't just be jotting down what I feel or how I feel that specific date.
Are you taking any medication for anxiety?
¿Está tomando usted algún medicamento por ansiedad?
Objection, relevance, Judge. None, the standard that my client needs to prove has nothing to do with whether or not any of the tenants sought medical help.
Sustained. Next question.
Did you call the police department to report on the incident you testified about?
Objection, relevance, the standard that my client is suing for eviction has nothing to do with criminal activity. That is a separate section of the lease for which my client has the right to evict, but did not evict. That is not the foundation and the basis for which my client seeks eviction. So it's irrelevant.
That without limitation, sustained.
Your letter, I'm going to ask you to refer to the last paragraph of your letter. I believe it's 30, what is it? 20, sorry. It's well, the base number is 0. Well, actually, there's no second page. I'm sorry. In your letter that you testified about regarding the incidents with Mr. Montemayor, you mentioned that, and you read out loud in the translation, that you did not want your complaint to be part of any eviction proceeding. Do you still agree with that?
Objection, Judge. If she's going to be asking her about a writing, I would ask that that letter be prompted so she can direct her to that alleged statement.
In the interest of
This is
in the interest of judicial economy, if she understands the question, she can answer in translation.
En la carta que usted estaba describiendo en cuanto a los incidentes, usted mencionó que usted no quería que esa carta fuera utilizado para procesos de evicción. ¿Estaría usted de acuerdo con eso en este momento?
No sé, no me alcanza a comprender lo que me dijiste.
I don't know. I don't comprehend what you are saying.
Lo siento, pero es que no alcanzo a oír con el aparato.
I am sorry. I am unable to hear with the hearing aid.
What do we do, Your Honor? I do want to ask her a question, and she's saying she's not able to hear.
All right, well, let's do this in the interest of justice. I mean, we're only going to go till 4:30, but this witness can't hear, but she needs time to replace her battery unit and her hearing aid. Wouldn't make any sense to start another witness. So I tell you what, let's just resume tomorrow at 1:30.
Judge, if I may. My client has already pre-scheduled a family commitment in Corpus Christi tomorrow. They're leaving tonight and won't be back until late tomorrow afternoon.
Is he a necessary witness, party, person?
Yes.
Hmm.
It's only tomorrow. He could be available Thursday or Friday. It's only
Court is not available, so I mean, you have tomorrow, otherwise.
Your Honor, my client's telling me that he could be back in Laredo by 2.
The thing is, you're going to have the same situation tomorrow. We're going to 4:30 tomorrow. I mean, can you all finish this case between 2 and 4:30 tomorrow?
I believe I can.
Uh,
That after Ms. Mata, at least for me, there will be one more witness in.
Well, I tell you what, you'll have time tomorrow between 2 and 4:30. I would hope that that's sufficient time for everybody to present their evidence, testimony, and witnesses. You'll know what happens if you don't. We'll just have to give you we'll continue this. So we've already started, but I mean, we're looking at sometime mid to late May. So hopefully you can finish. We'll start prompt as soon as you all are here. I'll be on the bench by 1:30, and the court staff will advise the court as soon as all persons are here and announced ready, and then I'll come take the bench and we'll go. And hopefully that doesn't mean finish presenting evidence at 4:30. That means wrap up argument and closing arguments by 4:30. All right, Ms. Mata, you're to come back tomorrow at 1:30.
Señora Mata deberá de regresar el día de mañana a la 1:30.
Between now and then, don't talk to anybody about this case.
Desde ahora hasta esa fecha no hable con nadie sobre este caso.
Do you have any questions for the court?
¿Tiene alguna pregunta para el tribunal?
Yo nada más quiero pues decir que yo quisiera que comprendiera lo que uno siente al estar viviendo en esa presión.
Let me hear the
emocional.
translation, please.
I just want you to understand what one feels to be living constantly with that pressure.
I understand and appreciate your perspective,
El tribunal y yo comprendemos su perspectiva,
but you can only tell your story through the questions that are asked by the lawyers.
pero usted solamente puede darnos su historia a través de las preguntas de los abogados.
Having heard no questions, we stand at ease until tomorrow at 1:30.
Debido a que usted no tiene preguntas, entonces hablaremos sobre este caso y usted sigue de testigo el día de mañana a la 1:30 de la tarde.
Till then, we stand at ease. This now concludes this docket held in person and by video conference at Webb County Court of Law 2 for Tuesday, April 21st, 2026. The court continues to embrace the latest technology to provide safe and uninterrupted access to justice without delay. Today's docket was made possible by the appearance of counsel and parties and by the assistance, diligence, and preparation of the Webb County Court of Law 2 staff and the employees of Webb County that provide judicial support to the